And yes, I am also a Virgo, and I will own it for all of you non-Virgos out there. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today and to see so many friendly, beautiful human faces, and not AI-generated bots. At least I don't think there's any here. I guess I truly appreciate personal engagement after COVID and always welcome the opportunity for it. So today, I am here to discuss a topic that's becoming increasingly relevant in our evolving workplaces, and that is the impact of generational diversity on workplace culture. As organizations become more diverse in terms of age, we're presented with both challenges and opportunities that can significantly shape our work environments. We heard all through yesterday, and even some of today, about comments around the different generations in our workplaces. We've heard comments such as these, maybe. Do they sound familiar? Maybe you've heard it being said in your organization. Maybe you've uttered it yourself. We're always quick to label and stereotype the different generations. Young people these days, ... I cannot work with dinosaurs, ... If I hear, this is how we did it back in the day, one more time, right? Sounds familiar? So as much as the older generations label the younger generations turn around and do the exact same thing. So what is generational diversity? Generational diversity refers to the presence and interaction of different age groups within a community, organization, and society. We have it in our families, so it's no different in our workplaces as well. These groups of people have been shaped by distinct historical, social, and technological contexts in the workplace, and each of these groups offer unique values, expectations, and working styles. Today, our workplaces often span 4 or even 5 distinct generations. And we know their names, right? Baby boomers, Generation X, Gen Y or millennials, and then our favorite, the Gen Zs. So, where do you place yourself? Yes, these generations are defined by year groups and the year that you were born in, but they're not cast in stone. I must say this up front. I have seen similar tables that differ by a few years or so, but generally, these are the accepted age thresholds for each of the generations. Have you found yourself? I prefer to say I'm a cusper. And yes, I've looked it up, it's a term. What it means is I'm on the cusp of 2 generations. And I'm not going to tell you the year I was born in so that you can work out my age, but I will tell you that I find myself straddling Gen X and millennials. And in reality, what we value as individuals is often influenced by events completely out of our control, dictated by our experiences at the beginning of our lives and our careers. Each generation entered the workforce under certain conditions, which ultimately helped to shape our sense of purpose, our preferences, and our drivers for success. And what I have up here for you to just read through on your own, and I'm not going to read all of this to you, is some of the global events that have defined the different generations that we find in the workplace today, as well as some of our defining South African events. So while many countries may experience the same defining global moments, we know that socioeconomic, cultural, geographical, religious, and political differences can profoundly change the impact these events have in each country. Both global and local defining moments all contribute to the development of shared values between generations. And now we get to the interesting bit, some of the traits of these generations. And yes, these are generalizations, but they have been studied by social scientists over the years, and these tend to be the typical traits of each generation that we are faced with today. When we go through this with our clients, we go through it in detail, and we actually also look at the strengths and the weaknesses or the shadows of each of these traits across generations, because it's an important team building exercise at the end of the day. So based on these defining moments and events, like I said, social scientists have come up with typical traits. And you can see maybe some of these sound familiar, maybe some of these describe the different people that you work with. We tend to say baby boomers are fiercely loyal, strong work ethic, hardworking individuals. Gen X, independent, skepticism, probably because they've been raised by baby boomers and traditionalists. We often say they're well-educated individuals, pragmatic individuals, and they value a work-life balance. The Gen Ys or millennials, yeah, they're also tech-savvy. I know the Gen Zs probably have a one-up on them, but they also have a real desire for meaningful work and work with purpose and impact. Also a collaborative generation. And then the Gen Zs. And somebody said yesterday, I think Leanne, you said how much you love the Gen Zs. Our first true digital natives, also focused on authenticity and social impact, an optimistic but risk-averse generation, definitely tech-savvy, but also very socially health and environmental conscious individuals. Like I said, these are generalizations. The problem is that age stereotypes go a step too far in assuming that every person has reacted to the milestones of their generation in the same ways. They are assumptions and can make people feel siloed and judged before they even step into the office. We should avoid making assumptions about people based solely on their age. However, there is value in educating ourselves on the realities different generations have faced throughout their careers. Understanding these nuances is essential to understanding and accepting each other. So we know our workplace is evolving. It's constantly evolving. We know our processes, our systems, our policies and procedures need to evolve as well. But what are some of the challenges that we face as organizations and as leaders of multi-generational teams? The first is communication styles. One of the primary challenges is differing communication preferences. Traditionalists and baby boomers may favor face-to-face or phone communication, valuing personal interaction and direct feedback, while millennials and Gen Zs, on the other hand, are accustomed to digital communication through emails, messaging apps, and social media. This divergence can lead to misunderstandings or frustrations if not managed effectively. Next up, work expectations and motivations. Different generations often have varying expectations regarding work-life balance, career advancement, and job satisfaction. Baby boomers might prioritize job security and long-term employment, while millennials and Gen Zs often seek flexibility, purpose, and rapid career progression. Aligning these diverse expectations with organizational goals can be challenging. Linked to that is retention and succession planning. Different generations may have different career aspirations and expectations regarding job stability and advancement. Developing effective retention strategies and succession planning to accommodate diverse career goals can be challenging. Also linked to that is work preferences. Generational differences in work preferences can lead to friction. For instance, Gen X might value a traditional work-life balance with very clear boundaries, while millennials and Gen Zs may seek more flexible work arrangements and a focus on results rather than hours worked. Another challenge is conflict resolution. Different generations may approach conflict differently. Older generations might prefer direct and formal approaches to resolve conflict, while younger generations might favor a more collaborative and informal approach. Understanding and addressing these differences can be challenging. Technology adaptation. We know that technology proficiency varies across the generations. While younger generations are generally more comfortable with new technologies, older generations generally face a steeper learning curve. While younger generations may expect these tools to be an integral part of their work, ensuring everyone is on the same page regarding the technology the organization is embracing requires additional training and support. And last but not least, generation or age bias and stereotypes. As we've seen with the blurbs earlier, it's not only older generations that label and stereotype younger generations, it happens the other way around as well. So leaders in organizations may encounter and need to address generational biases and stereotypes, which can affect team dynamics and productivity. It's important to foster an inclusive environment that values each member's contributions and perspectives. So with all of these challenges, are there any benefits to having multi-generational teams? And I think we all know the answers already because we have been talking about it over the past day and a half. Some of the benefits, and I'm not going to go through all of these because my time will run out. I have over-prepared, as usual. But some of them are that a multi-generational team or organization brings diverse perspectives, ideas, and skills. There is enhanced problem solving. We know that diversity in all that it encompasses enhances problem solving, but in particular, and for the purpose of this talk, having or being deliberate about having different ages in your teams can also enhance problem solving. And it can give you new insights into your clients' or your customers' needs, because the different generations understand the different customer segments of the market. And last but not least, I've already touched on this, it does enhance stronger team dynamics and productivity. So understanding and embracing generational diversity is not just about recognizing differences, it's about leveraging these differences to create a more dynamic, innovative, and inclusive environment. I want to touch on now a few strategies to actually leverage generational diversity in our organizations. Firstly, and this was a challenge, so we need to foster open communication. Create a culture of open communication where all employees feel valued and heard. Implementing diverse communication channels and regularly seeking feedback can help bridge generational gaps. If you have direct reports who are both older and younger than you, you may ask your employees what kind of interactions feel most comfortable for them. For example, you might switch between methods of communication depending on the goal of the conversation. Exchange emails for a faster, more efficient approach, but meet face-to-face when the conversation calls for added intimacy and relationship building. Encourage cross-generational mentoring. We had a whole panel discussion just now about mentorship. And we often think of mentorship as older employees mentoring younger employees, but we can actually reverse that because we have something to learn from each other. So implement mentorship programs that pair employees from different generations. This also helps with knowledge transfer and skills transfer. Experienced employees can offer guidance and share their knowledge, while younger employees can provide fresh perspectives and insights on emerging trends and technologies. Provide customized development and career progression opportunities. And what this means is recognizing that different generations may have different learning preferences and different career goals. Offer a range of development opportunities from traditional training programs to digital learning platforms and flexible career paths. Tailoring development to individual needs can enhance engagement and retention. Offer flexible work arrangements. And COVID has taught us that, yes, we can work effectively from home. Recognize that different generations may have varying preferences for work arrangements. Provide options such as remote work, flexible hours, and job sharing to accommodate diverse needs and improve work-life balance. Leverage technology wisely. We're not going to get away from technology, like we're not going to get away from AI and whatever else the future holds for us. But invest in technology and AI that supports collaboration across generations. Ensure that tools are user-friendly and provide training to help all employees adapt to new technologies. And you can also consider implementing mentorship programs in that respect. An incredibly important consideration is to invest in leadership development. We know that poor leadership can increase attrition rates. We've seen that in our organizations. Many more people are leaving because they just can't work with their manager or their leader. So recruit and train your leaders in the qualities your employees value most, and you're more likely to hold on to your best talent across the generations. Develop leadership approaches that can accommodate the diverse expectations and preferences of different generations. Leaders should be adaptable and able to provide direction in ways that resonate with various team members. Build around people. Employers should aim to structure their workplace in ways that facilitates collaboration and innovation. Design work environments and projects that encourage collaboration among employees from different generations. And also an incredibly important aspect, we need to address bias and stereotypes across the board, all biases and stereotypes. But in particular, age discrimination appears to still be relatively common in our organizations. So leaders and organizations should introduce measures to help employees and leaders identify any unconscious bias they may have and factor this into their ongoing decision-making. Organize workshops and team-building activities that promote understanding and appreciation of generational differences. These activities can help break down stereotypes and build stronger relationships among team members. Prioritize psychological safety. It's no use rushing to implement all of these measures I've been talking about if we do not have psychological safety within our organizations. In order to create the environment in which every person feels willing to ask for help, share their ideas, and take risks, you have to prioritize psychological safety. People come to these conversations with different experiences and varying levels of willingness to engage. The role of the leader is to provide ongoing opportunities to have these discussions, not to force people to a particular point of view or to check a box. And last but not least, address and adapt to change. Be proactive in addressing generational challenges and adapting your strategies as needed. Regularly assess the effectiveness of your initiatives and be willing to make adjustments to ensure that all employees can thrive in a multi-generational environment. To end today, I would just like to say that leading a multi-generational workforce presents both challenges, but more importantly, opportunities. By understanding and addressing the unique needs and preferences of each generation, we can foster a more inclusive and innovative workplace. Embracing generational diversity not only enriches our organizational culture, but also drives growth and success in an increasingly complex world. Every generation has something to teach and something to learn. We all have experiences and knowledge to share. There are ways to bridge the generational gaps. It begins with communication, humility, and a deeper curiosity about the strengths and limitations of our team members as well as ourselves. It begins with the acceptance that we are fundamentally different people with equally valuable insights to offer. So I encourage you all, instead of perpetuating an us versus them dynamic at work, let's change the narrative moving forward. Thank you all for listening to me and for your attention. I look forward to discussing this and engaging with you during the breaks, but I also encourage you to please continue this conversation. It's an important one within your organizations and your teams. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, and important conversation that every company needs to have, and every company needs to make sure that they have that. Irasha, thank you. Always a pleasure speaking to you and hearing what it is that you do as a company, Diversify. All right, let's now move into our next discussion. And this one is an essential one because we're going to be talking about the skills for modern workplaces. And in order to talk to us about that, I'm going to call up our two panelists, which are Karen Doyer, who's the Client Director at Duke Corporate Education, and Lauren Clark, who's the Head of People at Mint Group. I'm going to also ask the guys if we can get this off the stage, otherwise you're not going to see us as we take our seats here. Nice to see you, ladies. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. All right, let's give them a round of applause, everyone. Okay, I'm going to sit here because every time I sit close, I can't see the person next to you. So, the modern skills for a workplace. So, as a good modern person did, I asked ChatGPT, what are the requirements for a modern workplace? Okay, and this is what Chat decided it's going to tell me. Hold on, let me find her. Because I found it quite interesting because it's true. The things we need, A, emotional intelligence, digital literacy, collaboration and teamwork, critical thinking, problem solving, communication skills, time management and prioritization, creativity and innovation, resilience and stress management, leadership and influence, diversity and inclusion, data literacy and agility in learning. What do you think? You think, are we done? Do we need to talk about it, or is ChatGPT sorted us out?
There's definitely more to talk about.
Thank you. That's the answer I was looking for.
Definitely more to talk about.
Exactly, and that's why we're here, because we could get all the answers, but they don't know all the answers yet, do they? So, Karen, let me start with you. Let's talk about the most critical skills. What are they? When we talk about the competencies that modern HR companies and leaders are looking for to navigate these complex work environments.
Thank you. Yeah, there's definitely so much more to talk about. ChatGPT just aggregates at the end of the day what's being put out there in the world.
Exactly.
So listening to an earlier panel as well, where Candice was talking about those softer skills. Now what Irosha was also talking about within diversity, equity, and inclusion. There is so much more, which is actually the essential skills which we need to develop on top of all of those skills. The key trends post-pandemic tell us digital transformation, sustainability, inclusion, well-being and mental health, as well as personal development and career development is very important. But within all of this, that is good and well, and those are the things that we are all doing, and it's obvious to us. But the skill that we are often neglecting, and which is the most important skill, is personal mastery, is developing what is that you are bringing to the organization. It's those softer skills of empathy, authentic leadership, which we really need to be developing. How to be a coach, how to be a leader as a coach. We need to be developing that and making time for those skills, because those are the skills that are going to stretch us, stretch our teams, to be able to spend more time, have work-life balance, be able to spend time on those other more technical skills which we need to develop. But we need to be focusing on ourselves, and that's one of the critical skills at this point in time.
Yeah, it really is, because we tend to overlook all of those things. With everything we've spoken about, it's those skills that are so important to get us through our work day, really, and to thrive and climb up there, which is so, it's imperative. Lauren, when we look at HR leaders, how can they develop strategic thinking abilities to align HR initiatives with broader organizational goals?
Thanks, Leanne. I know that there are many of you out there that are neurodivergent like me, and that's why I wrote my thoughts down.
Oh, good.
This topic I can speak about for days, and I would absolutely take over and just keep talking. So I put down some thoughts, and it's so funny because I did not use ChatGPT. I used me. And I think it's just because there is so much data out there, and you can do a quick search about what skills do we need, what skills should leaders have, what skills should HR be focusing on. And I think it comes from your lived experience. So different organizations will have different priorities and different areas of focus. And from where I am in my career and in the organization I work in, and the environment that we're currently in South Africa, I think the three priorities for HR leaders in terms of developing their critical thinking skills is to look at innovation as opportunity to free up time. So if you are utilizing a new and better way, Rosha spoke about intergenerational knowledge transfer, learn better ways of doing the repeatable tasks, and learn you can reinvent the wheel, so do that. Be decisive. Don't get stuck in these long decision-making cycles that delay progress and change, because that's what your organization experiences, and they do pin it on HR. Our organization is so bureaucratic. There's so much red tape. You know, HR is the gatekeeper. So get into the practice of progress over perfection. Get a V1 out, refine it, V2, refine it, V3. And the last critical skill for every leader, but in particular HR, is to be teachable. Graham referred to his daughter's second-year students. They don't know what they don't know. Actually, that's humans generally. But in HR, I think it's just be open to learning and being teachable. And then the world actually becomes really interesting.
It is.
So I think for me, those are the priorities.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, it doesn't matter where you are. And I loved what one of our panelists was saying, that you have those that are mentoring the older,
Yes.
mentoring the younger, and the younger mentoring the older, because you need that mix in this dynamic change. I mean, have you seen those kind of things in action? Do they work? Have you seen it happening?
Yeah, I've definitely seen it been very effective. The more, so I wouldn't classify myself old. My children classify me as old, but I
know,
wouldn't
me
classify
too.
myself as old. But
Yeah.
the wonderful thing is listening to the new staff coming in just after they've graduated with their fresh ideas, being able to listen to those stories.
Yeah.
I see that as upward mentorship and upward coaching, and me learning as well and developing new skills, even though I think I've experienced everything, I know exactly what I'm doing. It's that V1, V2, V3. Sometimes just listening and pausing helps you find that V2, V3, because I thought V1 was great. So yeah, it's definitely effective, because that's where you get those new ideas coming through, which aren't just so fixed in our own mind.
Yeah. I mean, what I find is, and I always say that to the new people that enter into a work environment, and I'm not saying it's only my work, but it's all I know is my work. So whenever I come in, you see these young, excitable graduates that they walk in and they've got so much enthusiasm and so many ideas, and they want to come in and make changes and do things, and they're eager, and then the system destroys them. And clearly you understand what I'm saying, and it's not just in my environment. And one of the things I always say to them is, please don't let the system destroy your passion, because it can.
Yeah.
But how do we stop that? How do we try and keep the passion and try and enhance what these skills that are needed? Because this is what the modern workday needs. It needs innovative thinking. It needs passion. But sometimes there's those old cultures that are in an organization that they squash it down.
Yeah.
So what do we do to keep it alive?
So I think one of the biggest things is around the user experience. So employees, you know, we used to, the big buzzword for a long time was culture and creating this amazing culture. And I think what COVID and the rapid redesign of the work environment in the last 4 years has made us review is that we've transitioned beyond culture to the experience. And you know, if any of you have had any training with a wonderful lady called Sally Acton, you'll know that she prioritizes the employee experience, because you can do a reverse journey back to the business experience, the customer's experience, your company's end user experience. So it's just a really important shift to go, the culture is a part of the employee experience, and what are all of the factors that go into an employee experience that we can bridge the gaps that might be generational, they might be experiential, they might be access to internet, to connectivity, to knowledge, to information. How do we bridge those gaps? So instead of going like, you know, having a fixed mindset on, oh, well, we have a learning management system, you can access everything about effective communication, just go there. But who wants to go and do a 2D thing about effective communication when you could actually sit with our marketing team for an afternoon, because they're the masters of effective communication, and see what they do and how they do it and how they get this message across and get that inspiration. So I think it's just, how do we do things differently? We don't need to keep doing things, you know, we've always done it this way. Somebody mentioned that earlier as well.
Yeah.
Like, oh, but we've always done it this way. Okay, and this is how far it's got you.
Yeah.
Look where we still have to go.
Yeah.
So I think it's shifting that mindset of the potential that this passion and energy combined with the knowledge and experience can bring to an experience.
It's true. It's very much so what Graham was telling us about. If the car wasn't invented, you know, what are you trying to do? Make a horse run faster?
Yes.
You know, is that we've got to see beyond and see those opportunities. But in terms of Karen, let me ask you this: is it Karen or Karen?
Karen.
Karen, thank you. Karen, in terms of you know, this whole talk of digital and this whole transformation, how do we preserve, though, that human-centered approach as well? I know it's working in conjunction, but perhaps you can give us ideas on that.
So digital is in front of all of us, and it's not going away. It's getting bigger, it's getting faster. But I think that is the thing that we're all probably adopting a little bit more easier. It's really setting people up for success around the digital. So seeing the digital as something that's going to make your life easier, seeing it as a tool that is going to essentially help you get through the mundane work a lot easier. So I think that is where we are often missing the boat in terms of we're focusing so much on how do we look innovative, how do we look like we're adopting digital, instead of saying, okay, how's this now supporting us? How's it helping us achieve that which is our base KPI, which we need to achieve, and the work that we need to get done, and then focus on those skills and setting people up for success to be able to have the deeper conversations and understand what the bigger picture is. It takes time to have a conversation with marketing to truly understand how they're thinking and seeing the big picture come alive. And when we embrace that digital transformation, we actually create time to have better conversations and be set up for success, and together see that big picture.
I like that. Create time, because
Yeah.
we lose so much time, whether it be. I was having a conversation with a colleague of mine yesterday, and she was just talking about a breakdown that was happening, and everybody was so upset, and this, that, and the next, and she was leaving to go fetch her kids. And I was like, you know what, go do that, because that is important, you know, and where I'm going with this is that we need to use it to make time
Yeah.
for things that are actually important. I'm not saying work isn't important, but we tend to ignore our family lives and all of those things. You know, one thing we really haven't spoken about at all is mental health and mental
Yes.
well-being. I mean, I don't know if that's not a factor that comes into human resources, but
100%.
surely when you talk about human,
Yep.
that should be at the core of all of it. Lauren, I know you want
No,
to grab that.
100%. I
Please
mean, that's the
talk
point
about it.
on my notes that
I'm
I've
so
written.
glad. Yeah.
I did write an article where I spoke about what does HR do, what should a HR practitioner do, and then I got ChatGPT to do the same. And the obvious element that wasn't there was the human connection side.
Absolutely.
And so for me, you know, the biggest thing is threefold. So firstly, it's facilitating a growth mindset so that people embrace upskilling, cross-skilling, and reskilling. It's great to keep yourself relevant. It's great to keep yourself current. And it's also great to step out of your comfort zone. So next week, I'm doing Power BI training. And because of the kind of person that I am, I have gone and done a whole lot of research on Power BI so that I'm prepared for the training that they're going to teach me, because I don't like not knowing. And I work in a technology company, and of course, that's great for cross-skilling and upskilling, but it's making it accessible and also making people enjoy the process of that. And the second component of this is compassion. We need to have a compassionate culture. The way we word things, the way our company policies are written, the language we use has to be compassionate. We're talking about people, we're working with people, not robots.
Yeah.
And anyone who's worried about working with robots one day, you're not going to work with robots, unless you're an actor in a movie. We work with people who have had their daughter give them fashion advice, or had their son come home crying from school, and you can't focus on what you have to do that afternoon because now you've got this little crisis in your world. So compassion is core to the human connection and to organizational performance. And the third component is something called warm data. And a woman called Nora Bateson speaks about warm data, where we've got all of this data. HR has infinite access to data. You can print leave reports, progress reports, KPI reports, demographics. There is so much hard data. And what warm data speaks about is the context and story to that data. So if I'm looking at a leave report and I see that Leanne is always late to work, the data is like, well, she should be in a disciplinary because we've got a punctuality, the meeting started at 8, but Leanne is always late. But then I learn that your car, Miska spoke about that earlier, your car is in for repairs, it's taking longer than expected, you don't have a plan B, and you've now been using Uber, relying on public transport to come to work. Now I've got context and I can actually help you, I can empower you, I can understand how do we work together with this, instead of that black, white, well, you're wrong, there's a note on your file. And I think when we start looking at data in that context, firstly, it becomes really beautiful. But secondly, it gives you such depth to your organization, because now you understand the people that are there, the relationship they have with your organization, and the impact that has on performance.
Amazing. And I'm glad you brought that up, because there's a movie, and it just came into my mind now, and I forget the name, but if anybody does, shout it out. It's a local movie, and it was about training for the Duzi Marathon,
Oh, yes.
the canoe marathon, and he trains with another guy.
Yeah. River, the
Yes.
river or something.
Something
yes.
like that. I'll get the name. And the story is that he was like, you will be at Emerentia at this time, and we are training, and if you're not there, you're not taking it seriously, and I don't care, and if you're late once, you're out, and that's it. I mean, this guy was living in the worst conditions in a township. The taxis weren't operating. his mother wasn't well. He needed to do all of these things to arrive at this Emmerentia Dam at 5 o'clock, and he couldn't get there at time. And this guy didn't want to know why he's late. But if you don't know why the person is late, you don't understand a person's life. And there is a life that someone is leading outside of your goals and ambitions. And if we don't, and I imagine as HR, take that into consideration, yes, it's easy for AI to, and that's what I've been thinking the whole time, is that you've got all this blueprint there that, yes, okay, so you on time, you do this, you do that, but there's no human element to it. So I know you want to comment. Please, go for it.
Oh, we can go on for
It's a
days.
passionate one. It's a passionate
Absolutely.
one.
And I think we're all passionate about this in the room here. I think we're speaking to
Yeah.
a great audience here. But, and that's where it comes back to also understanding what's important to you. And coming back to, who am I? Who's Karen? Who are we?
Yeah.
And leading teams as well. Because if you are so data-driven and you are only focused on those outputs, you're also neglecting yourself. You're also neglecting the human in you, which makes you not the best human for somebody else. And you aren't ready to actually lead people. So that's where I just come back to, and I loved you saying, the data is giving you this story. That story is maybe what the auditor is going to the auditor as a leader might tell you, or the engineer as a leader might tell you. But that's where HR comes in, and they're such important people within the business.
Absolutely.
And they need that seat at the table because they'll come with a different lens to be able to diagnose and look at the whole picture. Sure, there is a deadline for a client. Sure, there is this. But how do we now look at the spectrum of what we've got as a team? This person has got this happening. All right. Now, how do we set people up and get the whole team performing to what they need to achieve, taking into consideration all these elements, and they're not overburdening the person who just loves coming to work at this stage in their life as well, and burning them out. There's that fine balance you've got to get, and the only way you get it is if you are, yes, looking at the data to inform and using the digital tools that you've got, but also to then ask the better question for the people around you to be able to get that information and then respond to that.
Yeah, amazing.
I try to say that very short.
No, I love that, and I'm so glad that we went there with this conversation, because I feel like it's been lacking. I'd always imagined that HR was the place if I want to go and see if I've got a problem. I know there's wellness, but if I've got a problem with a boss, if I've got a problem in my life, if I've got a problem, I want to be able to come to human resource and say, look, this is my problem. I've lost this one. My husband's out of a job. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do that. Balance it all, please. Can we work around something? And you would be my first port of call, is to go to HR. But I want to know that still exists. By the way, the name of the movie is Beyond the River.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, please find it. It's such a for me, it's such an eye-opening movie, because so many of us live in a box, and we expect everyone else to live in that box as well with us. So if my circumstance is that I come out of a beautiful, hot, warm bed, and I walk out of my kitchen into my garage, into my car with a heated seat, and then I drive on the road to work in my parking, and I go and sit in my office, and everything is perfect, and then I come home to a cooked meal, I expect everyone else to be as smooth as me. And it's not like that. It's not, and we need to understand that. So ladies, as we wrap this up, I don't think we've diverged too much of the topic, but a little bit we may have, but I'm glad I touched
fine.
passion points. Do you want to leave us just with some closing remarks from your side? I mean, essential skills for a modern workplace, perhaps we know that, but maybe you just want to leave us with your thoughts. Lauren, would you like to kick us off?
I think, a modern workplace will always be a modern workplace because it's keeping up with the times, So the changes that have happened really quickly, and much quicker than other periods of time, but it's to be expected. We're always going to be challenged that way. So I think it's always coming back to identifying and maintaining those core skills. And for me, a big part of my HR practice has been to meet people where they are instead of trying to get them to where I think they should be or where I think they are. And when we have that mindset, your workplace becomes a place of expression, and people want to be there, and they want to reach out, they want to have the conversations, they want to share, this is where I am, I'm in a tough place right now, but you know, I feel supported, so I can do what needs to be done. And I think that is just, you know, when we talk about a modern workplace, that is core to a modern workplace.
Absolutely, it really is. And taking into consideration that mental well-being, which is another important aspect. And I'm maybe putting words in your mouth,
No.
Karen, but you know, for me, it's so important that we look after that. I mean, we've come out of, we've been living in really tough times. We really have been, and these times have damaged every single one of us in one way or another. And we need to focus on ourselves as well, but still make a company a success and reach that bottom line, which is what we know corporates want.
Yeah.
Messages you want to leave us with?
Maybe just to tag on and without repeating anything is, I think what we need to always look at is just what we do well in the job and making sure that our strategy is focusing on that we know we do the core HR things well. We do all of this well. And keep doing it well. And stick to your guns when you've got a strategy and when you've got a plan. Because when you know what you're doing well is solid, then you're able to be agile. You're able to color outside the lines every now and again because you know what those parameters can be. You're able to be curious and have a conversation with somebody else. Be more curious about what new tool could do something differently without losing the essence of the core of what we need to achieve. Because at the end of the day, we all work in organizations and there are key things we have to achieve. But let that be, keep that solid. Keep that, you know, know in your teams, just know what that is.
Yeah.
Because then you're able to, in this fast-paced world, be agile, be curious, pause, have that conversation. Take that time out because I know my job is done, my main job is done. I can go and fetch my child. I can go and have a cup of tea with my mom. I can sit with a girlfriend and just have a nice conversation because everything is there, because that is where we create a sustainable future. We focus on well-being because then we know what somebody else's pressure points are. And we're able to move forward together and hopefully get that life balance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. It's an impossible task, but
Yeah.
we strive
We strive
to get
for
the
it, yes.
balance. We do. Ladies, thank you. Thank you
Thank
very,
you
very
very
much
much,
for such a
Leanne.
lovely
Thank
discussion.
you.
Karen and Lauren, thank you.
Thank
Let's
you.
give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, loved that. I really did, and I'm so glad we went there because why does this fall off every time I sit down? Okay, but I'll hold it. So now we're talking about something I've never heard of. I have to tell you, this is, I'm going to learn more as I go along. I mean, I've heard of FOMO. I do know, I struggle with FOMO, not so much now, because nowadays I would rather you phone and cancel an arrangement so I can go to bed, but that's an age problem. But before, if I knew there was something happening and I wasn't there, God forbid I wasn't there, because I was going to miss out. But FOBO? What is that? So I'm about to find out. I mean, I'm sure you guys know about this, but indulge me while I learn with you, and that's why we've got some experts that are going to talk to us about embracing FOBO, how the fear of obsolescence is driving career development. So, here we go. Our panel, we've got Dr. Lance Levin. Please come on up, Managing Director of CTI Services. Sherwin David, Head of Talent at Alex Forbes. And of course, once again, Mishka Toth, who's CEO of Business Directive Contract Services. Please, let's give our panel a round of applause. Nice to see chivalry still exists. Very nice. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Welcome again, everybody. Welcome onto the stage, Mishka. Have a seat, and of course, nice to have both of you with us as well. Please explain what FOBO means. Who's going to take it? Who's going to start with a? Will you give me the clear-cut definition of what FOBO is?
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, FOBO is actually the fear of obsolescence, and this is the way that companies like Kodak, I'm sure you've heard of Kodak and Blockbuster Videos, BlackBerry, Nokia, IBM. These are all organizations that actually lost their market share, and because of technology, because of change of circumstances, because of the market, they've lost their appeal, and people went for other things that were better, more technologically savvy, etc. So in terms of what FOBO is as well, it's understanding that you need to keep up to track. You need to, for example, the World Economic Forum has suggested what the top skills are in the world, that we have to now be reskilling, and we have to then upskill in those areas. Otherwise, we're going to be left behind. And I know a lot of you have said, yes, focus a lot on human relationships. But it's very important as well to use the technologies that we do have. And I'm an educational specialist. I have written some books. And I think what's important here is to integrate the technologies that we do have so that it makes the effectiveness of our organizations a lot better. So I think that's just from my side, is just an overview, and I've got some other points I'll bring up just now.
Good, and we want to hear a lot more of them because it's real. You know, you don't want to become obsolete in this day and age, and it's easy to become obsolete if you don't move with the times and move with what is expected of us in this digital age, because it is a big thing. But Mishka, before I come to you, let me go to you, Sherwin. How does FOBO influence career development and, of course, the all-important employee retention?
Absolutely. Leanne, FOBO is a real thing, and I think the quicker organizations come to the reality that this is happening, we're living in an evolving and in a digitally forward world, and we need to also ensure that our people policies and our talent policies evolve together with technological advancements. The quicker we can do that, the better we can protect our organizations from FOBO. And I think for a very simple example, with us at Alex Forbes, being a financial services world, which is constantly evolving, different financial services products are developed on a regular basis in order to be able to have deeper impact in terms of the financial world. And we needed to look at what was the bigger business strategy now and what does the workplace look like in the year 2030. And we needed to be able to plot that pathway in order to say we have a current workforce as such, but in order for us to progress strategically, as well as from a bottom line perspective, we needed to ensure that we have a robust, yet agile, yet flexible people and talent policy that will certainly help us or help us to propel to the next level of success. So in essence, FOBO is a dirty word, but with the right mechanisms, with the right processes, and with the right strategic thinking, we can certainly overcome that. And on that point, I just want to say, we need to evolve, because a couple of years ago, and if you think of job titles as an example, a couple of years ago, job titles was a big thing. Now we lead without a title. And a couple of new job titles, and I'm actually going to go to my notes for this. Chief Automation Officer, Metaverse Research Scientist, AI ethicist, a digital reputation defender.
Oh, wow.
A few years ago, those job titles never existed.
Wow.
Never
Who would have
existed.
thought?
Who would have sat 5 years ago and said, I think I'm going to need a metaverse researcher, or I'm going to need an AI ethicist in the next 5 years? But it's exactly what Graham spoke about earlier. Let's not reinvent the actual machine itself, but let's reimagine it as to how it can do or how it can work better for us. So relook at your talent processes and relook at your people strategy.
I love that. All right, so yeah, who would have thought business cards having, actually, business cards, aren't those also like...
Is it a thing anymore?
I don't know. I have no idea. It's certainly not a thing for me. I feel terrible when somebody says to me, here's my business card, can I have yours? I'm like, no, don't have one. I really don't have one, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Okay, Mishka, so in what ways can companies actually leverage FOBO as a motivator to drive continuous learning? Because that's what you need to do.
Yes.
And professional growth among employees.
Well, I think when a company actually starts at the beginning, because FOBO starts with fear,
Yeah.
and we need to understand that that's where our staff, fear comes from. We don't understand what's happening. That's why we become fearful, or fear of not being in control. So when a company starts with the basics and understand, now I'm talking to my staff and I've got to leverage what I have in my training, which we've got such a specialist here to talk about that. But I mean, if we fear, it's because I don't know. So what is the basic that we've got to come to is training. We've got to inform. We've got to leverage every single thing out there in the market, but because our employees are not necessarily thinking about it. It's what he said just now. I mean, Not too long ago, somebody would ask us, what is a wonderful career to go in? And we would say IT. Today, we can't really say that because bots have taken over so much. So, you know, everything changes so much. And if we leverage what we have, leverage the courses, leverage the knowledge that we can find in the field, and then bring that across to staff in a way that they also receive it. Because it's very important for that person to, or for us to understand that fear is real. And when we start to communicate anything that's above, you know, a level of understanding, or fear can actually make people do not understand anything. They don't know. So that is such a powerful tool in any corporation, is to make sure that they leverage the correct and effective type of learning systems.
Yeah. So Lance, let me come to you now. You know, in terms of this fear of becoming obsolete, how does it influence organizational strategies? And perhaps you can give us some examples. I mean, you, as we say, you're an expert in this, so help us out on this one.
Thank you very much. I think following up from what you said, Mishka, it's the misunderstanding and the disconnect between what's actually happening and the reality. What I found even today here with a lot of the speakers is that there's actually a misunderstanding about the current educational landscape. No one's spoken about the QCTO, Quality Council for Trades and Occupations. Did you know that QCTO came into effect the end of June this year and is actually now being reported to, the CETAs report to QCTO. CETAs are not the ones that are involved now with assessments anymore. It's actually QCTO. I've done a lot of consulting in this area, and I think there is an opportunity, and I think it's the obsolescence that we're talking about here is not taking advantage of this opportunity. What the opportunity is a lot of the fears that people have out there. A lot of people were saying, and I think there were questions out there, what do you do if you want to apply recognition of prior learning? What do you want to do if you want to create this skill, but it's not accredited? What do you do? Would you be okay? The way to do it is to use what's out there and to have a good idea of the scenario and the environment. Trust more than your fear. So if you can trust yourself, and the company and the HR can trust what they're doing in terms of change management, that is going to be a huge thing. So what I suggest, for example, for companies here that in terms of the training, is first of all to understand that it's not the CETAs that are now collaborating with industry. It's QCTO. That's why it's occupations and trades. And therefore, the qualifications or occupations that are in most demand, for example, the AI transformation officers and robotics, machine learning, 40% increase in those professions alone. 40% is going to be the new differential now between the jobs that are current now and what's going to be in 5 years' time. So how do you do that? You let, for example, assessment centers handle this. You get the industry to become quality development partners and quality development assessors so they can take the occupations that are most needed. And this has really been the shortfall, and I think the stumbling block and the reason why a lot of these training companies are not doing what they should be doing. And while the universities are now lagging behind, our university is not even in the top 100 in the world. Our technical transformation is extremely low in terms of where it should be. And we're not looking at the statistics of where we should be going. So what I suggest then is to make use of what we do know about the regulations and use that to make a difference in terms of those occupations that are needed. And one more thing, just in terms of technology. There was a question asked yesterday about what do you do about integration? And yes, on one hand, you're right. You can have a foundation, and then you can make that foundation amazing, and then build on that. But do you see that being 5 years' time, what's going to be happening? Or 10 years' time? That's not going to be happening. In 5 to 10 years' time, what's going to be happening, if you look at this topic, future in HR, we're looking at what's going to be happening in 5 to 10 years. And then I can tell you that not only are you going to have these particular occupations in practice using things like immersive technology, using things like adaptive technology, because AI is brilliant at adaptive technology. You can take questioning, for example, in a course, an interaction in a course, and allow the question to change based on the knowledge of the person who's being asked the questions. And you can integrate everything in terms of, this is what my clients have been asking me, how do I integrate the learning management system with the talent management system, with the financial system, with the performance management system? How do we integrate all of this together? And it's easy to do if you know how to do it. And I think it's those companies that are taking advantage of the knowledge and the understanding of the environment. I think there's some, this building seems like it's going to
I
collapse.
think we're okay. I hope we're okay. Looks like they're building up something. I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm sure that the engineers who designed this, I'm also on the engineering council, so I've actually accredited universities.
Oh, good. So
So a lot of these civil engineers, I'm sure that
they know what they do. Okay, good. I'm happy
So
to
I
hear
don't
that.
think you've got any problem there. But yes, so what I'm saying is that candidacy is another thing. Candidacy is not just training people or coaching people. Candidacy is also about professional registration. We've been speaking a lot about skills, and many of these skills are technological skills that are not actually either accredited or not professionally registered as well. And you need to know how to approach professional registrations. And I know the Engineering Council said to me a few months ago, I was on the pathway committee to design the pathway from a technician to a technologist to an engineer. They said it's not possible to do that. And I said, just give me a month and I'll try and put something together, because as a chemical engineer, it's actually, I'm a process engineer. I like processes, I like the holistic picture. And it's unless you have to understand the full holistic picture to be able to understand the outcome and where you're going. And that is what the future's about. The future's about knowing how to put the environment into place so that you know where it's going to be, and utilizing what you have at your fingertips to be able to control the best future for you and for the people that need it.
Love it. Questions? I'll see if, we've already got some on the floor. So the first hand I see is over there. I'm not sure where else, but if we can get a microphone over onto that table just across there on the other side of the room. So Sherwin, let me come to you now. I mean, in terms of, you're working at Alex Forbes, a massive company, you're head of talent. So are you finding what the company needs? Are we skilling people enough to fill the roles that you need?
Absolutely. So, Leanne, we've obviously been in business for 90 years, which makes me about 100, right? And in essence, I think after 90 years, I think we kind of know what we're talking about, with all due respect, in the financial services world. But there's a couple of practical initiatives, and I love the fact that Lance shared, in terms of the professional registrations and the process elements of that. And I think I need a one-on-one thereafter on some tuition. But in terms of a practical element and a practical application to ensure that our organization, through the FOBO element, is indeed protected, here's a couple of things that we've done from a very practical perspective. Number one, retention with regards to ensuring that we retain and keep our people starts during the recruitment process, not when an employee triggers the resignation on the system and then we want to have a retention discussion. Absolutely not. The retention discussion begins upon attraction. How strong is your employee value proposition? And more importantly, the story that you go to market with in order to be able to attract. Are you fulfilling that through the employee life cycle within the organization? And that only way for us to do that is to ensure that we're singing off a fantastic or a strategic talent playbook. And that talent playbook needs to have the voice of your exco, needs to have the voice of business, needs to have the voice of the human capital team. So there's one unified voice in terms of what does that talent journey look like in order to promote retention from attraction stage. That's number one. The second thing, what we've done is, as part of the employee life cycle, once you're with us for a couple of months, we have built an in-house career hub. What does that mean? We're all on LinkedIn, and if you're not looking for a job all the time, there's questions to be asked. We're always looking at PNAT and all the other organizations that currently offer jobs. However, we've developed our in-house career hub, and what does that do, Leanne? It says, for Leanne, who's been in X role for a certain period of time, she can now book a session with a career counselor in-house to say, hey, this is where the organization's evolving to, and Leanne, you were here, and in order for me to help you propel to that next level, here's the skills, here's the training, here's the development that you need, here's the timeline that you actually need as well in order for us to set you up for success. A simple example, a few years ago, actually many years ago, I worked for a global news corporation based in London. And we all know the efficiency of the London Underground, right? You can get anywhere with the London Underground. And actually, I think it's the oldest underground in the world, if I'm not mistaken. And one of the lessons which I gained by traveling on the underground is as follows. And again, it's actually a study on the London Underground website, is that customer experience for those using the London Underground improved when the surveys went out and they said, what can we do better? How can we improve the London Underground so that we can drive efficiencies? And track with me, I'm going to bring my story home. We found, and they found, that customers who were traveling on the London Underground didn't want faster trains, smarter trains, nothing. There was a small adjustment that was made. When customers were waiting for their train, as opposed to a manual board advising what time the next train arrives, they upgraded it to a digital board stating the next train arrives in 5 minutes. Customer engagement increased because people were much more excited to wait 5 minutes with certainty as opposed to waiting 2 minutes with uncertainty.
Yeah.
Why am I saying that? Through the employee life cycle, manage your people's expectations. Take them through the journey of saying, we need to have a career conversation. We need to have a staying conversation. That will drive retention, but more than all of that, how can we improve your knowledge base? How can we sharpen your technological understanding? How can we support you from a bursary perspective, from a scholarship perspective? Last night, we had the wonderful opportunity to work with the Black Management Council, or the Black Management Forum, and we signed the MOU with Henley Business School. Right? What's the intention behind that? The intention behind that is we want to ensure that managers are equipped to be able to lead, because we manage things and we lead people.
Yeah.
Right? We manage things, but we have to lead people. And in order to be able to lead much more strategically, and in order for us to lead with the future lens in place, we got to start developing our leaders. And we need to understand, number one, where is our business going to? How are we going to evolve? What are the technological advancements that are available for us? Use that, plug it into your talent playbook, and now is an opportunity for you to stand on a platform, build your people, develop your people. And whilst we're all evolving, we all are evolving from a data perspective, from an AI perspective, and I do not want us, again, I'm all for data, I'm all about the digital approach, and I'm all about ensuring that digitally forward processes are in place. Let's not remove the human from human capital. Let's not remove the human from human resources. Much needed. We use the technology and we augment the technology in order to drive efficiencies. But there's still a human being driving human capital. And never forget the power of staying conversations where managers still need to have those one-on-ones with their employees to be able to say, hey, how can I support you? How can I propel you to the next level? But more importantly, what can I do to help you move to your next level of success?
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. I love that. That question, let's quickly get it. We've got just a few more minutes left on this one.
Thank you, Leanne. I've got a question for Dr. Lenz. You touched based on CETA moving to Q260 transition. May you please clarify for me, as a learning and development administrator, my role is to source reputable training institutions that are BE compliant and ensure that they provide training that is accredited. How do I go about verifying that institution is now QC220 accredited? Because most of the institutions that I've been approaching, they're telling me that they are still under CETA, So I don't really not sure if that institution is offering accredited training.
Well, thank you very much for that question. It's a question which a lot of people have been asking, and the truth of the matter is that the CETAs, and I know that there are two CETAs that are present here today, in CETA and E-Energy CETA, so I don't want to say anything to upset you, but I think we all know that CETAs have been a little bit ineffective. And the reason I'm saying that is because we know the problems that have been happening with CETAs. We know how long people wait for certificates, how long people wait to even find out if they're accredited. Institutions, they can't get accredited. Processes that are supposed to take place, technical advancements that CETAs are not recognizing and things like that. So the important thing with QC220 now is that from June, the end of June, most of the CETA qualifications became defunct. They became legacy qualifications. You can look us up. You'll see that they're not accredited anymore. Some of them have been extended. And the ones that have been extended have been taken up by QCTO because the QCTO are now the accreditation body. And according to the regulations, the South African regulations, South Africa's regulations say with the Skills Act that SETAs are now going to be a financial distribution party rather than a assessment body. The reason why, sorry, we're having a problem with the sound.
Mike.
The reason why the QCTO has come into being is because of the need for integration and collaboration with industry, the need for technology to be incorporated into the occupations, a need for there to be a comprehensive overview of the educational system, and for there to be a more efficient system, which means now that things like learning management systems is now essential. It is now a requirement for QCTO. It's a requirement now to have practicals and work-integrated learning. If you look at, for example, the qualifications, even at a higher education level, work-integrated learning was phased out. And I think there's only 1 or 2 organizations. I'm actually dealing with one very large one that places about 1,000 apprentices and artisanships a year. And not only do they place them, they also incorporate them into these various industries. So what QCTO is doing, in fact, is what the company needs. And I think the fact of obsolescence here is saying that use the QCTO now to your best advantage. Take advantage of the assessment centers. If you want to, for example, have a very highly regarded occupation or a very highly regarded skill that's not accredited, the industry can now become a quality assessment partner, development partner, and even an assessment center. And instead of then having a SETA, for example, running a whole industry where, in fact, they might not have that collaboration or that technical ability, now they can rely on institutions that are very, very specialized in those areas. In other words, making the workforce much more effective and efficient.
All right. We've got one more question over there.
Yep.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not sure if this is the right panel, but my question is around industry-specified skills. Because we found certain companies will upskill their people on a regular basis, but the skills are very industry specific. And when somebody goes out there, they are obsolete, so to speak. There's no skills for them, there's no work. How do we is there a way that companies can upskill their people to be ready for the world outside the industry that is very specific?
Do you mind if I answer that?
Please, yeah.
First of all, there's a difference between upskilling and reskilling, as we all know. The reskilling is really what we're looking at. The reskilling is what the requirements are of the demand of industry. What industry is looking for and the requirements so that companies know how to compartmentalize their workforce, how to decide what technologies they need to employ, what sort of skills they need. And to do that, therefore, they have what we call the quality assessment partners now. There are actually now probably around maybe 50, 60 quality development partners. A lot of these are SETAs. But again, the SETAs are not looking after the whole industry. They're looking after sectors of that industry that have done collaborations with SETA. So to get back to your reskilling, the World Economic Forum did a stats of the whole world. And I've actually got the one specifically as well, the SWOT analysis for South Africa. And in terms of South Africa, the reskilling that's required is not being taught. And the reason why it's not being taught is because we don't have the skilled people to teach it, number one. And secondly, the online programs that can be offering these are not in place. Now, these are very easy to do. I've got an agent for probably the top AI immersive technology program in the world. Literally in the past, it would take about 8 months to develop a course, a very specific course with videos, interactive content, pictures, everything you need. And now it takes a few minutes.
Sure.
So you can literally put into the system your syllabus, and it will then go into the internet. All the top universities in the world has got literally almost an infinite amount of data to choose. And I can tell you now, I know that there was a bit of a joke earlier. I think Graham spoke about it in terms of AI and how silly it actually is. The truth of the matter is it's not so silly. And there is a very big fear that AI will take over the jobs of people, and not only take over jobs, but also start developing an ability to become emotional. I know this is something which you can't actually even believe, but look, obviously it will take time to get there. I was involved with Chalizi Marwala. He was the Vice Chancellor of UJ. He was very much involved in Fourth Industrial Revolution. I also was doing research for the Human Sciences Research Council and CSIR in terms of what 4IR is doing for the education sector and how it's changing it. And I can tell you now that the skills that are required can easily be offered if the following happens. That the assessment centers formed by QCTO, which will take about 6 months, as well as the quality development partners. Number 2, that the courses are then developed, and those courses that are developed will then be accredited through QCTO, and then those skills will then be taught and then will be inculcated into the companies to make technology transfer much easier.
Well, we need to start working on that fast. Yeah, that needs to be done. I'm going to ask for closing comments from everybody because our time is up. But Sherwin, would you like to just close it up for us from your side?
Sure, absolutely. Leanne, I think that if we bring it home with regards to FOBO, I think that it's evolve or die. That's very important. I think it's also very important for us to, as human capital leaders, in order to be able to allow ourselves to be part of the discussion and part of the solution. Historically, we would wait for EXCO or for the board to be able to direct us in terms of where we need to be. And I think as champions of change, as champions of innovation, in order to protect our businesses from FOBO, I think we need to be part of the discussion. So human capital needs to show up, human capital needs to be alive and well, but more importantly, our voice needs to be heard. And I think it's important for us to be able to show up loud and strong and proud about the work that we do, because we're no longer an administrative arm of the organization. No, we're a strategic contributor to the bottom line. So I think human capital we need to get that buy-in, but more importantly, what we need is we need to show up, we need to be brave, we need to be strong, we need to be able to drive the technology discussion so that we can ensure that our organizations are certainly protected from FOBO.
Okay, great. Do you want to close up on anything?
Yeah. First of all, I want to just say thank you to everyone for being here. It's got an amazing audience. And Leanne, you're a fantastic presenter.
Thank you.
And I think you really make it real. And thank you as well for organizing an amazing event. I think I just want to end off by saying that the thing that is going to cause change is the leader of the organization. And we know monoliths, we know huge companies that have fallen, that have gone by the wayside. Why? Because the people that should know the most about the business is the leader. The person who's directing the company, the person that's creating the culture in the company for lifelong learning or whatever it is that they need to, who's inculcating the technologies that need to be provided. Apple, for example, one of the top companies. Why? Because of this culture that's been inculcated. And if you look at the hedgehog principle, it's just something which I love to always talk about with Jim Collins, his book, From Good to Great. I'm not going to go into that, but there are 3 things that are going to make the future brighter. And I think, and make companies more successful and more apt, more relevant. And that is, number 1, that they know what they are the best of the world at. They know what they are good at, number 1. Number 2, that they are passionate about what they do. And people start raving about companies. That's when you know the company's growing. And the third thing is that you have to understand the revenue streams that are going to be the income, where the income is going to be coming from and how it's going to come. If you don't understand where the income is coming and know where your major sort of cash cow is going to be, or when your major income's coming, then your business, again, doesn't have that sustainability. And that's why I'm wearing the sustainability badge here as well,
to show that I very much believe in sustainability. And I believe that we should fulfill the sustainability goals, and we certainly can.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lance. And then finally, Mishka, we're fine with the mic. I think you're okay.
Yeah, I think it's vital that, like you said, the leaders in every organization should be far-thinking. They should understand what is coming, and especially, again, when we come back to technology, hear what is coming. Do they know? Are they on top of their game? And also know that the employees, the fear is lying very much in your lines down, people working. So how do we communicate that high level that starts with leadership? And how do we prepare the lines going down in leadership so that people, every day, everybody understands my career is going to be developed. How can I develop career? How are we going to be sensitive to what is really happening with our staff? Why would people be fearful? So, yes, you've got your forward-thinking people, you've got your complicated courses, but we have to think on how are we breaking it down to a level where fear will stop and people will start to embrace. People will know, okay, I can do, we as leaders should be able, like we've got it, to build a system that's pretty easy for certain of the lower down level leaders to just complete certain things. And AI draws the conclusion and the report. So that is not something to fear. That's something to embrace. But communication is central to all of it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. You've educated me on the whole issue of FOBO. I knew what it meant, existed, but now you've put it into perspective for me and how important it is. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for talking to us here. Please let's give them a round of applause. Mishka, Dr. Levine, and of course Sherwin as well. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah.
All right, we've got one more presentation.
At BDCS,
let's just
we
let
specialize in the logistics and supply chain sectors. We meet our clients' fulfillment needs and proudly boast a national fulfillment rate of 99%. By ensuring our clients to have on-time departures, they achieve operational excellence, an increase in brand reputation, customer loyalty, and customer satisfaction. BDCS, powering your workforce, driving your success.
All right. We've got one more presentation before we break for lunch, and this one is basically having a look at a case study. It's called Building My Network, Personal Brand, and Owning My Career. That's from the perspective of somebody who's done exceptionally well at Nedbank. And we're talking about Kirshni Govender. She's the Executive Head of Transformation and Strategy at Nedbank Group Limited. With over 27 years of experience, Kirshni has been instrumental in maintaining Nedbank's Level 1 triple BEE contributor status for 6 consecutive years. A qualified coach and accredited practitioner, she also serves on the board of the Nedbank Ayetu Community Trust. Kirshni holds a Bachelor of Commerce degree and a Master's in Science, specializing in behavioral change and coaching. Let's give her a warm welcome.
Thank you, Leanne.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and it gives me great pleasure to be able to address you today. However, it also gives me great anxiety because I'm between you and lunch, and I know that we're already running late. So I do promise to only have your attention, please, for just under 15 minutes. So Leanne has already introduced my topic, and before we start, just a quick poll. It's not going to be on the screen. How many of you actually believe you have a personal brand? Just yes or no's. Okay, excellent. So most of you do believe it, so I presume that you guys are already experts at this, which is great. So hopefully the talk can be also utilized for your coaches, mentees, and staff members. So there's often a misnomer that people feel they don't have a personal brand. However, the real question is, do you have a personal brand that's deliberate, or do you have a personal brand that's determined by an algorithm, or perhaps your family interactions or your friends' interactions, etc.? I mean, many people know that if you're in a group of friends and you don't have a deliberate personal brand, You can either be the know-it-all, or you can be the joker, or you can be the preacher, or you can be the professor, whatever it is. The point is, those may sound like labels, however, those labels build a perception, and that perception then can become your brand, which none of us actually want. So personal brands were firstly, or the concept basically came out as far back as 1937 in a book that was written, which was called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. The concept then resurfaced in about 1997 by Tom Peters, whom many of you are already aware of. And basically, the personal brand is really about being authentic and consistent in terms of your values that show up, which need to align to your public image. Now, it's obviously not as simple as that, but the point is you want to deliberately control that perception. I mean, we know from LinkedIn, for example, that 71% of CVs are really declined through bias by looking at people's social media profiles. So really, it's quite interesting and also quite daunting to note what social media can or cannot do from you or for you from an opportunity perspective. So a brand can also be seen as a promise, it can be seen as an asset, it can be seen as your reputation, but either way, you obviously want it to work for you. Because human beings really decide emotionally whilst they justify logically. So to explain my perspective, I'm going to use the word BOLD, which you all know about, as an acronym to just quickly go through my journey. And obviously BOLD because it's about construct, develop, create, etc., but you can also bold your abilities, you can bold your attributes, and so on. So without any further ado, I'm going to go straight into what bold means from my perspective. So, okay, I'll keep going until it clicks. Thank you. So the B is really about the bullseye principle, and each of these I'll explain in a bit of detail just now. The U is about the unique identity. The I, very important, is about the impact of your personal brand. The L is about leveraging social media, which I'm sure many of you are far more proficient at than myself. And then lastly, the D is really about the deliberate talent stacking. So when one looks at each of these letters in the acronym of BOLD, the B is really about the bullseye principle. Now, many of you would be familiar with this either from archery or growing up or whatever it is. The point is you actually want to aim for the inner circle because that's hitting the bullseye, getting to your goal, etc. Now, if we go back to Tom Peters and the concept of the personal brand only coming up in 1997. So, for example, when I was working at the Johannesburg Stock Exchange in 1998, I didn't really have a personal brand, so I can't profess that I did. However, what I did have is some values and some objectives and some goals, etc. So I wasn't really coming to the table saying my brand is X, but I was going to the table with I will deliver excellence, I will deliver on time, I will deliver quality, based on my values of integrity, accountability, etc. So those things were really foundational. So when looking at the bullseye principle, you want to hit the inner circle. If not, you will see the next one, which is the red zone. And in the red zone, those are ideas that you can try. And then, of course, the long shot is about something that may not work. But if we also do not cast ourselves to the long shot, we may never get to where we are. So to give another example, obviously in 1998, when I was working at the JSE as an analyst, strategist, etc., I never for 1 minute thought I will end up in a BEE transformation role, because BEE did not even necessarily exist in 1998. The Act was only promulgated in 2003. So the point is, some of those long shots that people may believe are not really ideas worth pursuing, means you should still pursue it in parallel to doing the other things. So whilst you're hitting the bullseye in this present moment, what are you aiming for in terms of the long run? So sure, I wasn't aiming for BEE because it didn't exist, but I was building up my talent stack around analytics, strategy, and all the other disciplines that go with it. So really, again, with the analogy of the bullseye, it's really about the tonality, it's about achievement, it's all about those good things. Now, very importantly, what happens if you don't hit the bullseye? So there's a book that's also written by David Lewis that you guys can have a look at. And that talks to your EQ, and then how you recover from that, and what happens from that perspective. So also very important. In terms of the unique identity, and many of you know this already, so I'm just going to explain it as a collection of your characteristics. And from a psychological perspective, it's really your sense of self. So your unique identity will then inform your elevator pitch. And your elevator pitch is really what should be customized in different situations and different scenarios. So when you're going for a job interview, you will pitch yourself differently, but still based on the foundation of your brand. When you're going to be a coach, you will pitch yourself differently as well. So how can you go about creating a unique identity? Just 6 simple steps. You need to be able to introduce yourself. You need to explain what you do. You need to identify who you serve. You need to be clear about what makes you different, because in the sea of same, it's quite difficult for us to navigate. You got to include an exciting hook. And then last but not least, that will help you to create your cohesive pitch. So really, these 2 components are the building blocks of creating a personal brand. So I'm just going to show you a quick video clip, which should hopefully play. Guys, can I get some assistance? So anyway, the video clip is from Chris Du. And some of you may or may not know of him, but he's a designer, he's a CEO, he's an author, etc. And there's many interesting things that Chris has done and seen. So if the video doesn't play, I'll go straight on to the examples. So in terms of Chris Du, if you look at the middle personal brand example that I'm giving, he describes his personal brand as a bilingual creative who lives at the intersection of business and design. Now that's really beautifully crafted in terms of what he does, because he's got a whole stack of multiple skills. Then there's also the example of someone like Brené Brown, who many of you may know. And she got famous for the TED Talk that she did on vulnerability. So quite different, but still very effective in its own right. So what are some of the things that make this effective? So when people ask me, well, what's your personal brand? Given that I did not actually have one in 1998. So the value set and the skills that I had in 1998 worked for that. However, as I progressed from a technical specialist into leadership, guess what? Being the perfectionist, having excellence, having a high standard, suddenly also needed to be moderated so that I could have a bit more EQ to interact with people. So eventually, my personal brand became about a thinking partner, a strategist, and a coach. So just trying to integrate those things together. And my elevator pitch will obviously be customized in terms of what I'm doing. Now, when one looks at all of these concepts, unique identity, I mean, a lot of you would have seen a lot of the statistics, okay? It pays to be prepared. 30 seconds can get you 30,000 rands. I'm sure nobody's going to complain about that. And then you can read the rest of the statistics that's actually on the slide, which is, for example, like 75% of Americans trust someone who's got a personal brand. Now, I don't think that that's too different in a South African context. So how do you then test impact of this personal brand? So one of the other things to remember is obviously this is not a static game, which all of you know. So yes, it's about IQ, because that's more your ticket to the game. Then it's about EQ, because as you move across the leadership pipeline or career choices model, whatever you call it, you need to also start resonating with people. There's that emotional connection that you need to build. So as that happens, obviously there's going to be a need for you to flex or be agile, and that's where the adaptability quotient comes in. So how can you also adapt your personal brand through some of these impact tests as you progress with it? So there's a concept of the AMDU harmony, which many of you may or may not be aware of, but in a sense, that's really talking to integrity of your brand, because integrity is simply defined as doing what you say you will do by when you say you will do it. And that's as simple as it gets. So when people are looking at you for the promise you made, or when you are looking at your brand as an asset, it's really about put your money where your mouth is and deliver. So the puzzle also gives you a couple of aspects of what should you test in your personal brand? So again, it goes back, you'll see on the slide, a lot of authenticity, consistency, always coming up. Those are two key things. Now, there's also the concept of the 5 C's, there's a concept of the 3 F's, there's a concept of the 4 A's, and multiple ways for you to test your personal brand. So I'm just using the C's in this case, which is about clarity. If you are not clear and you cannot tell me what you do, chances are someone else trying to sell you are not going to be able to do it either. Then, of course, consistency, which we just spoke about. Nobody wants someone who's, you know, which way the wind blows type of thing. Content, very important. What are you actually saying? What are you selling? And not only content, but content in a different context. Then connection, like I said, if you're not connecting with people, obviously the game is over. So personally for me, I'm not an expert in social media. I'm still even trying to learn about it. So yeah, you might find me on LinkedIn, but not anywhere else. So even from a personal branding perspective, I'm very clear. I'm not a social media junkie. I have no idea about it. But what I can do is build human connections. And from that perspective, I can be authentic, I can be consistent, I can be true to my values and all the other things. And then, of course, confidence. Again, if you cannot sell your idea, then how is it that the next person is going to do it? And why this piece is important, obviously, when we're talking to coaches, mentees, etc., you will often find that sometimes the smartest chisel in the box is not the guy that gets the promotion. It's not because he didn't have the IQ. It's because he was not able to have a brand that was able to be presented to people where they could bite in a way. So someone needs to be able to pay a premium for whatever you are trying to sell. So if you look at the 3 F's, which is not on the slide, it's a different perspective, but it says it's about the facts, which is your qualifications, it's about the feelings, which is your emotional connection, and then it's about fun. Because people are just not going to want to be bored by whatever your brand may be. If you look at the A's, it talks about, again, things like authenticity, awareness, authority, etc. So that's on impact. And then if we go to leveraging social media, yes, so I think on this one, I don't have to give you too many statistics because all of you know it, but I think it's also about being very deliberate on the right platforms. And then, of course, continuing to be on those if that's what you wish to push from your perspective. So also, lastly and not, last but not least, I should say this, because deliberate talent stacking is probably one of the most important things in building a personal brand. Because when you start your career, I mean, you never really know what you want to do. You just kind of go with the flow. Or let me say I did, because that's how it generally is. You know, you grow up in a certain household, you either have to do a BCom or something like that, and then you decide where you go. So deliberate talent stacking, especially also in today's world, is very important because nobody anymore just wants a chartered accountant. They want someone with diverse skills that can be integrated with the CA, for example, and what else are you bringing to the table? So this concept also came about by Dilbert, the guy that did the cartoons, and many of you may also be aware of him. So from this perspective, when you look at deliberate talent stacking, like in my case, it was taking the analytics, the strategy, the program management, etc., and building all of that. And then suddenly, when I got into the BEE space, it was about compliance. It was about risk management. So normally, you'll have the strategy guys on the right, as in right brain dominant. You'll have the compliance guys on the left, as in left brain dominant. Now, we don't only use one side of our brain. Therefore, I'm typically saying the word dominant. So basically, it's about how do you then straddle this continuum, or how do you find the nexus between these two things? But again, in positioning your brand, you've got to tell someone, you've got to make the links for them. You can't just submit a CV or whatever, or say, my skill set is analytics, and I communicate well, and I do X, Y, Z. You need to connect the dots for business. So even if you take this slightly further, and this is not useful to your immediate coaches or mentees or staff members, it's also useful for entrepreneurs who are trying to start up their business. Because often what happens is, as Nedbank, I will get a lot of requests from smaller companies, startups, etc., to say, please can you submit my profile and get me onto your supply chain? But I can't because I say, okay, what are you looking for? Or what do you want us to do? Because giving me your profile is beautiful. I can see that you can do governance. I can see that you can do strategy. I can see that you can do supply chain. But what about it in the sea of same? What about it is going to make you different? So on that note, time's up. So I'm going to be leaving you just with the quote, which I think is really beautiful. And it says, if you do not build your dreams, someone else will hire you to build theirs. Thank you very much.
I like that. But I'm also trying to figure out what our special thing is. I think we all have a special thing, but it's just to use it, hey? It's to find it and indulge it. But thank you so much for giving us just such a lovely presentation as we head towards our break for lunch. But we've got a prize we want to hand out before we go. And I'm going to call up Irosha once again because some of you have gone up and you've done what we said at the beginning. You've gone to the different networking stores and you've gone and visited them. And this from Diversify is the one we are going to be giving away now. And it's a customized online DE&I workshop. It's valued at 35,000 Rand. So do you want to come up, Irosha, and let's do this? Because I think people have written their names down or business cards or whatever the case may be. And we're going to do it. Yeah, we're being very old school here. No AI, no nothing.
You're going to choose.
Am I going to do it? Are you sure? Okay, I'm the one who's got the honor of choosing a name here. I'm shaking and shifting. Oh, okay. There we go. I got a name. Let's see. Irosha, here we go. This one is the winner is, you work at Merchants SA. And it's Miriam Solangi. Well done. There you are. Oh, she's so shocked. You shocked. I can see. There we go. Miriam, well done. So there we go. That's all yours. Here we go. Have a photograph. Oh, it's so nice. I love this. Oh, that's so lovely. Okay. Goodness me, everybody. We're going to break for lunch now. I'm going to ask you so nicely, and I know it's a tall order, but it is 1:30 now, I think. I never charged my watch last night, so I'm depending on times. I think it's 1:30, right? And if we could please start making our way back here by about 2 so that we can start at 2:15 on the dot. That's already later than we should do, but come on, we can do it. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy lunch, and we'll see you again for the final few panels. Nobody, lover, all of that, and the God, lover, lover.
No time, I'm again a winnie wanna your love they do me one time. Oh my, I'm again the mommy. Show me how you feeling this night. I'ma say your love, say now winnie wanna your love they do me this night. Yeah, I need your grace. Me never relent. My love no get shame. No matter the case. But my music give me bass. My sweet bass. So my love no get shame. For you all day. Every night, every day, me go need my baby to call on me, close to me. Yeah. By the time when you wake up in the morning, man, I dey buy you cyphery, make you fall for me. Oh yeah, joro, 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 ja, joro, 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 ja, joro, whoa, whoa. You won't keep it. Mugu. This kind of love, it dey do my body tanana. It dey make me one day your life for hanana. Do yeah. This kind of love, say it dey do my body tanana. It dey make me one day around you na. Dance to my conto make you banana. Oh land, choro, 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 jara, choro. Never leave me when I need you by my side. I'm all waja soko when you can, oh, then you can. I'm all waja soko. Me, I go love you all day, love you all night, all the time. Yeah. Choro, 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 yeah, choro, ja, choro. Baby girl, I know you wanna deep ride on it. Every night she says she just want to climb on it. See her skin spoon with they put design on it. Wow, wine. Baby girl, I know you wanna deep ride on it. Every night she says she just want to climb on it. See her skin spoon with they put design on it. Wow, I'ma do the one time now. And so you did come on, do the two times. So I'ma do the one time. One time, I'ma give up on me do the two times. Yeah. Star boy, she do. I be one woman type of man. Shamelessly love a man, no. Only you is all I see. Love you forever, that's the plan. I owe you better life, oh. Only you is all I see. Oh my boo, you do me like say na juju. Hey, I need you, part of my skin like that too. Oh my boo, you do me like say na juju. Don't leave my side, you give me life, yeah. Baby, oh. Now so you lucky my heart, oh. No vacancy, oh, cha-cha, cause hey, girlie, nobody better than you. Back if anyone try my lady, knock oh, sweetie, baby, oh, Fensala. Hey, girlie, nobody better than you.
Don't want nobody but my boo thing. We kicking shit like Luke, okay? She want it, she the truth, hey. And I'm a W like Wu, tangy and sweet, taste like pina colada. Love that Bottega, love that Louis V and Prada. Love makeup, she's still hot like Sahara. Wait, she's really hot. Oh, I'ma have to put her in a coupe. Mansion in the hills with a coupe. I like the way she takes this bamboo. She said if you let me get my name tattooed. How come? Now so you look in my heart too. How come? No vacancy, oh, cha-cha, basa. Hey, girl, ain't nobody better than you. How come? If anyone try my lady, how come? Oh, sweetie, baby, open salad. Hey, girl, ain't nobody better than you.
Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, with my Angelina. Oh, me all down. Anytime when I see you for the club or the television, your body. Sure you know say the thing when you carry 50 kill somebody. You know I feel a vibe, you feel a vibe, so baby whine about me. Yeah, and I know you shy, but it's cool when we're making love. On the low, 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 on the low. Angelina, you the cool in my temperature. If you call, I go come deliver. I no go fall in your hand never. So now me you could love forever. I'm a cocky no feeble letter. I'm a Angelina, I'm a Angelina. Oh no, so when I want to come out, make a signal you. Why you want to request on me like I interview? I'm tryna put the ring on your finger too. And be a better guy, be a better guy. On the low, 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 on the low.
We go, you go know. All of the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings stay for my yard. And like that, you go be, you go see, you go feel because the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings fall on my yard. That's why I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, no disturb me, cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, no disturb me, cha. Too many problems. I finna run away, but I will go solve them. Too many bad men and not enough friends. Lord save me, don't wanna lose my conscience. I just wanna dance under the sunset. Make nobody stop my enjoyment. Oh. No. That's why I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha.
Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially up it and move. The way you roll that thing, me wanna roll that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I, oh la la, what if I do? Listen to to me quick, so me girlfriend says she wants me back home by 2. What will I do? So me tell her say my car broke down at mile 2. Girl, I won't be home so soon. Girl, Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do? Girl, I am wayward. Be like not the only way forward. Your back looking like 2 planets. You're not from the same world. Girl, I am famous. Swear down, I'm a playboy too. And if you bust up my brain too much, I swear if it's break up. What? Can't seem to take my eyes off you, especially a bite and move. The way you roll that thing, me wanna roll that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do? She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do?
It's a love switch like it over, Sala. Baby, me and you, we go travel far. Anything you want, I go double order. Our love is too strong and no feel far away. For you, baby, for you, I'll do anything for you. For you, baby, for you, I'll do many things for you. For you, baby, for you, I'll do anything for you. For you, baby, for you, I'll do many things for you. Want you, I go to want you. Want you, me, I go to want you. Want you, I go to want you. All night long. Want you, I go to want you. Want you, me, I go to want you. Want you, I go to want you. All night long. From the deepest part of my heart, baby. Baby, nobody put us apart, baby. Together and forever, jungle lover, wanna be your lover, give me your lover, ooh, yeah. Do for me, baby, don't you go for me. Don't you know you're the one for me? Want for me, you want for me, you want. Do for me, baby, don't you go for me. Don't you know you're the one for me? Want for me, you want for me. Ooh, baby, me, I go to want you, I go to want you, me, I go to want you, I go to want you, all night long. Want you, I go to want you, me, I go to want you, I go to want you, all night long.
Calm down, give me love, oh, 'cause I really need it right now. Put me to work all day, put me to work all night. Nobody can do it better, make me feel alright. Anything you wanna do, I'm down with you. Anytime, any day, Omo, I go show face, cause you're sweeter than honey. Baby, you deserve a trophy. This kind of thing go make me marry you. Long as you no treat me corny. Give me love, oh, give me love, oh, give me love. Give me love, oh, give me love, oh, give me love. Give me love, oh, baby, give me, make her calm down. Give me love, oh, cause I really need it right now. Give me love, oh, baby, give me, make her calm down. Give me love, oh, cause I really need it right now.
Your love is a drug, and I'm addicted. Pull up, show up, and handle business. Your love is a drug, and I'm addicted. Pull up, show up, and handle business. Your love is a drug, and I'm addicted. Pull up, show up, and handle business. Your love is a drug, and I'm addicted. Pull up, show up, and handle business.
You should let me hold you, you should let me love you. And when you fall in, say I me go catch you. I know your friends don't want me around you. They know nothing, they don't understand you. My baby now my man, I'm to elevate. And when she there with me, I concentrate. That's why I tell them other guys to wait.
Baby, one yo. Waiting you give no money can buy. Even if una jara, oh, I go throw away. Baby, one yo. Waiting you give no money can buy. Even if una jara, oh, I go throw away. Give me love, oh, baby, give me, make her calm down. Give me love, oh, cause I really need it right now. Give me love, oh, baby, give me, make her calm down. Give me love, oh, cause I really need it right now.
For like give me love, oh. Now you the catch my shot, oh. For your sake, I go touch you. Hey. We go drive around it for my Porsche. Baby, pana, they say you like you all I get you all baby, pana. Anywhere that you go, I can follow you to go. Baby, pana, they say you like cassava, I get to big cassava. Hey, baby, pana, my love for you will never die. Will never die. Iva, oh baby, Iva. Baby, you too sweet, Iva. My baby dance to the lagwaja. Make a take you to Babalada. Iva, oh baby, Iva. Baby, you too sweet, Iva. My baby dance to the lagwaja. Oh, make a take you to Babalada. So love is a beautiful thing. Can you they cool my temper? Love is a wonderful, tender feeling. You they give me ginger. So baby, dance. The beauty in your eyes, they give me life, oh. I could give the Lord the thanks, so for the sake of love, oh. Baby, leave it up, and I give it up, Baba. Oh, for your sake, I could kill you, show you love that you never seen before. For like you give me love, oh. Now you the catch my shot, oh. For your sake, I go touch you. Hey. We go drive around it for my Porsche. Baby, pana, they say you like you all I get you all baby, pana. Anywhere that you go, I can follow you to go. Baby, pana, they say you like cassava, I get to big cassava. Baby, pana, my love for you will never die. Will never die. Iva, oh baby, Iva. Baby, you too sweet, Iva. My baby dance to the lagwaja. Make a take you to Babalada. Iva, oh baby, Iva. Baby, you too sweet, Iva. My baby dance to the lagwaja. Make a take you to Babalada. One your child. You see, you are taking my love. I cannot understand now I'm feeling you are my woman crush. Wanyama, you see, in a Miami, see, maybe me no go let you go. I will always be your lover. For your sake, I go kill you, show you love that you never seen before. For like you give me love, oh. Now you the catch my shot, oh. For your sake, I go go church. Yeah. We go drive around before my Porsche. Baby, pana, they say you like you all. I got you all. Baby, pana, anywhere that you go, I'll follow you to go. Baby, pana, they say you like cassava. I got to be cassava. Baby, pana, afamobu ala hadi tekino.
It's Chris with the drama boy.
You just arch.
Sugar cane sweet, but girl, your love is sweeter. Sobolo juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Match on your chin, now, girl, don't talk. Got me like a thief in a night long jaw. But you know, say, all of my niggas, them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. Match on your chin, now, girl, don't talk. Taking it a break, at me, I know the rush. Baby, if you want me, catch a rebel, mommy, say, with me.
Show me a jigger, let me see. Let me see. And let me see the woman that is with. I put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. What's on your wrist? Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never see this kind, babe. We do some kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just tryna get laid. Cause I know some kind chicks do it for the right pay. Baby, make I fire you with my machine gun. 16 rounds, I be King Kong. Girlie, make a sample you my brand new song. Baby, love.
Oh, girl, I wanna be with you. But you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love.
Señorita, mamacita, body bad, the craze for your features. Nice to meet you, Jimmy Sika. Only wanna deceive on my future. Oh, I wanna teach your body a thing or two. If you know the things we'll do, this love will be joke, no April Fool. Yeah, girl, some more, you need to get 5-star boomba. Nyatabe, kaba kaba miaka kamina ngobe. Oh man, ima boss, mama bomb. All of my guys are thugs, but you know I'm rude though. Me, if you wanna give it up, go trap much for your love. All of the guys, they want you. They don't know that I got you. And they never been what we've been through. Cause you're my obsession. When I put you in a right skirt, shawty come and ride in my backseat. Would you tell me what you want, what you fancy? Waiting on my ride like a taxi.
I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you gon' gossip. Man, them so far to find your love.
Baby, let her go. Erima go loco. Shaping her body, they give you liver. Make you no go think say because I dey go, I cannot deliver.
You know what time it is.
You are the one, you are the one, you are the one. Oh my love, yeah. You are the one, you are the one, you are the one. Say you can hear me. Yellow west, Matana only yellow west. Bako Johnny, Bako Johnny. Yellow west, Matana only yellow west. Only go Bako Johnny. don't even like when you put on your makeup, oh. I like it when you just wake up, oh. Erima pull up on me, make her sit up, oh. Tonight is the night, oh yeah, make we turn up, oh.
If you know be you who I go trust, man, I'm in dono. Challenging for you while I'm at draws, food the love. Watch a chimney no football where I go. I'm ready to settle down, but to lose your day I go. So you did scatter my brain on what you're driving insane. Or the I go love you and love you again, Bubba. Promise to be the one to provide. Don't know you, I promise always to be by your side. I'm in love. The year when I go swallow my pride. 7 years of Insta DM, but shorty never replied. Whoa, that was a long journey. Since I me put you with, I mean your pot belly. Body way better than I know they watch telly. Anytime I need her, my shorty was born ready. From 7 to 12:30, back to back. You're gonna act to cat. Pack that busy, back up back to back. After that, to bet the that spark, you know. That's a via your brat to back.
You are the woe. Oh my love, yeah.
You know what time it is.
You are the woe. You are the woe. Oh yeah.
What else?
Say you can hear me. Yellow west. Well, I see yellow west. Bako Johnny. Yellow west.
Charlie, you were trying to run on me. I've been going on my own. I've been doing things unknown. You said day one, you running right back. Say the drama, you running off track. It's a one life, you tell me one life. One time, you tell me one time. Open your eyes, baby. Can you be wise, cause I'm a pride, baby. I'm on the way, I'm on the run, baby. Leave me alone, take it by now. I put you on it. Say you want chance to hold it on me, I feel I hold it back. Turn you right around, take it my way. So tell me what you need from me now. I know what you need to be now, cause I'm done with it now. No more damages now. Say, tell me what you need from me now. I know what you need to be now, cause I'm done with it now. No more damages, no more damages. Back then when I was a baby girl, I was yours and you were my world. Tell me what you wanna do for me now. Take you down and I will hold you to run my race, cause you run it right there. Run my race, cause you take it right there. I've been down, I've been running right there. I've been out, could you take it back there? Pull up tonight, I might be risky. Buy me stomach, forget the whiskey. But you still wanna get back with me. You tryna be the one and deal with. Don't got my phone, you're not in my band. You missed the way in at the one chance. I live my life, don't need you with me. Yeah. So tell me what you need from me now. I know what you need to be now, cause I'm done with it now. No more damages now. So tell me what you need from me now. You know where I need to be now, cause I'm done with it now. No more damages, no.
I'm in the big mood. Call I feel you. Something wake up cool in my body. Tell me will do. I'm in the big mood. Call I feel you. Something wake up cool in my body. Tell me will do. Make we go December. Want some liquor, they do me jet. Get something sweet to put on my head, that's why. Now you the cool my stress, so yeah. Make we go December. Want some liquor, they do me jet. Get something sweet to put on my head, that's why. Now you the cool my stress, so yeah.
I'm in a big mood. Girl, I dey feel you. I know say your love cost passing money, but I still want you. I'm in a big mood. Girl, I dey want you. Now only you, if you cool do my body, nobody but you. Yeah. Every night I go dey rock your body. Baby girl, we go dey no solo. Nobody fit tell me to leave my baby. Bend every night if it turn to baby. Me and you, when you wake up, girl, you splashing on me. Girl, Lula sweat all on me. Like the design, you be dripping on me. Maybe that's why I don't feel it. Yeah.
I'm in a big mood. Call make we go December. But some liquor, they do me jet. Get some things with the put in my head, that's why. Now you the cool in my stress, so yeah.
Baby girl, you know, when the money done the show, send a star boy, big whiz, big daddy enter the show. We know they mind person, no more, we just come, yeah, mind our own. I'll bum a wap, but I'm a bum a lot, I'm like 20 standard, yo. We know they mind person, we know can keep person, your body, baby girl, we go day no solo. Nobody fit tell me to leave my baby, oh. Bend every night if it turn to baby, oh. Me and you, when you wake up, girl, you splashing on me, oh. Girl, Lula sweat all on me, oh. Like the design, you be dripping on me, oh. Maybe that's why I don't feel it, yeah.
Oh, I'm in a big mood, call I feel you. Something wake up cool in my body, tell me what you do. I'm in a big mood, call I feel you. Something wake up cool in my body, tell me what you do.
I don't charge my energy, I no get time for no enemy. Tori pe pole to me. Nothing with person never see, I'm on nothing with person never see. Forget it, I say fashi. Money soon expected. Take our body, I jump. I take her to the person. Jelly. I'm in the answer, then yes, sir. Then I'm in the answer, yes, sir. Respect is reciprocal, even though I know say I'm special. Anybody, we no want to surgery. Anybody, we no the carry body. I can't something, I can't something. Go back to fele, I can't something. You want job where you never work, so now because myself I never talk. I look you, they laugh, you go. I shall no say the time go come, mama, I no say the time go come. Money you no go fit the land. Oh, bata fele, I can't something. Money soon expected. Take our body, I jump. I take her to the person. Jelly. I'm in the answer, then yes, sir. Then I'm in the answer, yes, sir. Respect is reciprocal, even though I know say I'm special. Anybody, we no want to surgery. Anybody, we no the carry body. I can't something.
I say I put in 10 toes, now I don't blow. If that chick bad, I go carry her. My neck is cold, I don't condone. No bad energies, I run it up. Yeah, got a whole lot of vibes and a whole lot of bad girls and a whole lot of give me a wine and a whole lot of I say we come with the vibes and a whole lot of bad girls and a whole lot of she give me wine and a whole lot of
But I got it confidential. Only words and no instrumental, yeah. Give me brains and intellectual. Nothing easy, coincidental, yeah. If the girl says she wanted, I got a whole lot of them. I got a whole lot of them. I know fit a whole lot of them.
I don't condone no bad energies, I run it up. Yeah, got a whole lot of vibes and a whole lot of bad girls and a whole lot of give me a wine and a whole lot of I say we come with the vibes and a whole lot of bad girls and a whole lot of she give me wine and a whole lot of you know I rock with you.
Every little thing you did do to me, you sweet to me for body. She your loving fee follow me. Wow. Get your bullet, make her go crazy. I'ma get say you sure for me. Say make her withdraw money. Oroma, no go downgrade. Make a carry your luggage. I define you for days. For days, I no trouser fit to contain. Your body in a baggage. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, love the overdose.
photograph. She signed by me, then it's an autograph.
Live to die another day for you, baby. Quit my Casanova ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take the last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard baby.
Man, up get to see they be. You they, I mean like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now your matter, I did sing all day, yeah. Overdosing, body overdose. I'ma say you got it overload. And you know you bad like commando, yeah. Oh, man, no go down. Carry your luggage. I define you for days. For days, and no trouser fit to contain. Your body not baggage. Sure you know, see I'm falling for love. Overdose me, your love they overdose me. Now you, I want me love you, waiting come for lolo. Overloading, I'll be overloading. Your body, I count, tell me plenty love. I need you in the morning, but I need you now. Yeah. I find you, I give you all you needing. I know what you like. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you feel on my body. Only you feel on my body. You don't need no other body. Say now me the mess up your mind, and I me the make you free up your mind. Say your body talk to me nice. Say now my love you didn't need for your life. Yeah, our love no be lie. Say every day together, yeah, day and night. Yeah, if I leave you go by. Yeah, if you leave I go stroking your body, baby. Loving your body, baby. As you're whining your body, baby. So crazy. Loving your body, baby. Girl, you want need to me. I just wanna let you know. Hope every day you don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you feel on my body. Only you feel on my body. I paid for the smoke, I said, my bed. Take my parent from they are talking shit, what them no getting me. Till you fall forward to me. I put up my eyes, then start my eyes. That's good. I cry, I'm sure, but my good love. Leave me, I don't pray. Mohammed, I don't pray. Come on, man, I can't stay for one place. Go stay my bed. Come on, teach me. Only you can feel my best. Give me vitamins. We're gonna take these pains away. So cold, so bad. Body they draw me like a bono. Body they rising like no. I say color your brocodo, no good this locodo. Kelly they bossy my bololo. Can make a salute your commando. Girl if you balance Diego, I give you paper. No go do me Diego, my Maradona. Girl if I lap your sueto, Mama Farisa. Girl your back keep it connected. And I can follow your cresco. Today dale creso. Pay for your waist, and I can pay for your lace. Pay for your waist.
well, you know too hard me to find my own. Some people go say love is blind, yo. Yeah, yeah. Oh, my love is very much blind, yeah. Try it. You fool my belly. You fool my belly. This love and you give it as sweet, yo. You fool my belly. You fool my belly. Eat as sweet as we can, sweet biscuits, yo. I want to be your number one, oh. Your number one, oh. I want to be your number one, oh. Your number one, oh. I want to be your number one, oh. Your number one, I want to be your number one, oh. Your number one, I wanna be a number one, not number two, number one. Say you can count on me, my baby. Count on me, my baby. I wanna be a number one, not number two, yeah. Not number two, yeah. Count on me, my baby. Count on me, my baby. Yeah. You fool my belly. You fool my love and you give it as sweet, yo. You fool my belly. You fool my belly. Eat as sweet as we can, sweet biscuits, yo. I want to be your number one, oh. Your number one, oh. I want to be your number one, oh. Your number one,
Money fall on you, banana fall on you, Prada fall on you, 'cause I'm in love with you. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, paparazzi follow you, 'cause I'm in love with you. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me, baby, are you done talking? Yeah. I don't wanna be a player no more. Yeah. I don't wanna be a player no more. 'Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm on Nintendo. 'Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm on Nintendo. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, Prada fall on you, 'cause I'm in love with you. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, paparazzi follow you, 'cause I'm in love with you. If I offend you, if I offend you, because sorry, oh baby, take out, oh. Sorry, oh baby, take out, oh. I'm in love with you, I'm in love with you, oh baby, nothing of it to change, amo, nothing of it to change, amo. If I talk, then go say I dey talk. Yeah. Tell me why then they use Panadol for our headache. Yeah. How I go chop if my baby no chop? They want to spoil our market. Yeah. I don't wanna be a player no more. Yeah. I don't wanna be a player no more. 'Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm on Nintendo. 'Cause my guys call me Cristiano, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm on Nintendo. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, Prada fall on you, 'cause I'm in love with you. Money fall on you, banana fall on you, paparazzi follow you, 'cause I'm in love with you. If I offend you, if I offend you, because sorry, oh baby, take out, oh. Sorry, oh baby, take out, oh. I'm in love with you, I'm in love with you, oh baby, nothing of it to change, amo,
body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me young girl, oh young girl. No tell me no, oh, baby gon' give me your lo. You got me like whoa. Shawty gon' give me your lo. I see this fine girl from my party, she wear yellow. Every other girl they do too much, but this girl mellow. Now in my divine situation, I go use they tell I'm mellow. Finally I find way to talk to the girl, but she ain't no one follow. Who you gonna phone for one? When you know I come for one, then I start to feel a bum one. But she dey give me small one. I know, say she sabi pass it down one. But she feeling insecure, cause her friends go they go my light ring go on. Go they go my light ring go on.
Yeah, I know we look shy, but for you I get down low. And my hips make you cry when I'm moving around you. Do it once, do it twice. I push back, you hold me tight. Get a taste for a night. Baby, show me you can calm down, calm down. Dance with me and take the lead now, lead now. Got you so high that you can't calm down, calm down. Don't you ask, you know you're allowed, allowed. When it's you, I can't say no. Baby, give me no. You got me like
Shawty gon' give me a lo. As I reach my house, I see me got a small wall. As me I wake up, now she did my mind don't walk. Day one, day two, one of you folk go us. Now so me I go loud, so make me link go walk.
Got my hand on your heart now, I can feel it race. If I leave, then you say you can never love again. Wanna give you it all, but can't promise that I'll stay. And that's the risk you take.
Baby, calm down, calm down. Yo, this your body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me young girl, oh young girl. No tell me no, Baby, gon' give me your lo. You got me like whoa. Shawty gon' give me your lo.
I'm a get no be so. Girl, you want capture my soul. I'm a get no be so. Make we one wumbo. Better bye. I'm loose. Even better done the para. Tonight in Josie, I'm in Josie. Won't call it for one Josie. I'm not playing with you, I'm not joking. My thought of mom is loaded. Me, you can fag up, but I'm on board. I'm on duty, but I'm on low key. They want do me, they want do me, they want do me, cause they want do me. When you want one,
that thing from me? Why you gon' do like that? Why you gon' act like you don't know? No, baby, don't do like that. Girl, come feed me, don't be stingy. Why you gon' do like that? No, baby, don't do like that. Oh, I want you to know. See, I like the way you do. And you sabi do the dance. So you dey speak like with you go, 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 go. Baby, you know. Say you carry no be small. Say the tori me love, shake like it is control. Girl, I like the way you. I like the way you. I like the way you dance for me. I like the way you bounce. Yeah. I like the way you bend like say you want to greet your mommy. You bend like say you want to park your money. Just bend like say you want to kneel for daddy. Just bend like say you don't send anybody. Why you gonna do like that? Why you gonna keep that thing from me? Why you gonna do like that? Why you gonna act like you don't know? No, baby, don't do like that. Baby, don't tell me you don't know that you're beautiful. No, baby, don't do like that. I know you feel it in the bone inside your body. I know you need someone to hold somebody like. I know you want a piece of me, you wanna say my name, so tell me why you don't want to do that.
You tell me say you don't want to waste time, you say them other girls have you stand in line, you tell me say they go watch how we slow wine, oh, you say you want to take control, yeah, you say you want to take control. The way she dey do me, you beg back control. See the way you dey roll it, you beg back control. See my baby want to take control. Sexy, got a balance. So you want to take charge, okay? Girl, I know mine. Go do your thing, girl, I'll be quiet. Yeah, I know lie. Baby, when I say it's your time, you say make her hold tight. Now she said she want give me African waist like Tiwa. She want give me that work like Rihanna. Yeah, Jerry Bush, she rotate TD like a tire. Yeah, she dey make man stand ovation. Abaka don't cause inflation for the nation. They say you want me love to the best time. You tell me say you don't want to waste time. You say them other girls have to stand in line. You tell me say they go watch how we slow wine. Oh, you say you want to take control. Yeah, you say you want to take control.
All right, good afternoon once again. Let us begin. Let us start. We have literally got until 4 o'clock, like not even a minute after, that we've got to be done and out of this room, because it's got to be turned around for an award ceremony that'll be taking place in this exact room at from 4 o'clock. So we need to ensure that we get done, and very, very quickly. I must say it's been such a pleasure. It really has, and some of this information has been beyond mind-opening for me, and I hope you're all feeling the same. I really do. But the next discussion we're going to have, this is based on human-centered workplaces, fostering inclusion to drive engagement. And in this discussion, I've got basically the ROI is the first we're looking at of financial wellness initiatives, attracting and retaining top talent. So help me welcome on stage Zanele Gigaba, who is the Transformation Manager at the South African Insurance Association and Chairperson of Money.
I looked at about 4 and 5 components, our organization. The first one is what we've been discussing over the last 2 days, which is knowing your workforce through data. One of the colleagues spoke about cold data. So that is segmenting your data into your newly employed, those who are nearing retirement, and also other various generations. The second one is, so now the first one, remember, is knowing your employee. The second one is understanding your employee. Now, I don't think we've got enough of that data internally. And also, I wouldn't encourage people to go and do surveys. Data is available externally. Research data, peer-reviewed data. For instance, one example is on the Gen Zs and the millennials. There's data by one of the credit bureaus that talks about their engagement with credits and who's struggling and what types of credit products they buy. So there's data that's available out there that you can take and impose or layer over your own workforce to see this group of employees, exactly what type of engagements do they have. The third one is understanding the environment within which your employees live, the context of your employees. Now, I'm going to just give an example of understanding. That is now the external environment that's impacting your employees. One of them is the economy. So we know that our clients are struggling in terms of financial stress because of high interest rates. The petrol prices are up, the interest rates are up. So we know that, but we don't take that and put it back on our employees because our employees are consumers as well. The second one, which is an interesting data point, is the gambling industry. In 2019-2020, the online gambling, they call it GGR, which is gross gambling revenue, was 25% of the total gambling revenue was on online gambling. That's 2019-2020.
Sure.
2022, 2023, that number has increased to 50%, right? So 50% of the revenue from gambling comes from online gambling.
Wow.
So what does it mean? Gambling has moved from the casinos to your lounge, your bedroom, your office, right? So we can't assume these things are happening outside, right? We have some of our employees or colleagues who are actually have challenges with gambling. So when you identify them, so I said, you know your employee, you understand their context, and then you know the environment or the risks within which they engage. And over and above that, then you identify who's vulnerable within these employees. Once you've identified that, then you can be able to go and find the topics that you can cover within your own environment. In terms of then content, also, it's not about developing anything new. Content is available. So it's going out there. For instance, the National Gambling Board have got what you call responsible gambling awareness program. So you could actually just engage with them, to come and engage with employees and just have awareness programs around these things. You might find that employees, they are not gambling, but they've got a family member that's got a gambling problem. You've got a family member that is, maybe you've got a spouse that's unemployed. So all those things create financial stresses. So I think it's about understanding that it's no longer something that we're not in a bubble. We're not in a bubble. In 2020, the interest rates were the lowest they've ever been in my adult life. In 1998, the interest rates the prime rate was sitting at 20.25%. In 2020, they're sitting at 7%. That's the lowest they've ever been.
I suppose COVID was
Yes,
yeah,
COVID.
obviously.
But what it did, it allowed people who could never buy property to buy on credit. But then since then, they're up now to 11.25%,
Yeah.
which means people are struggling because all that money that they thought they had available is now going towards servicing their bonds. So we're not in a bubble. Our employees are actually consumers out there of financial products, which means that they are also affected by the economy and the stresses that we're experiencing. And it's about us to be aware of that and to come up with solutions, because giving them more money is not going to help.
No.
It is being aware and going out there and supporting them.
Absolutely, and financial wellness and education, because it's a very big thing. But we're hoping that we'll start seeing these interest rates coming down again. We're holding thumbs. All the signs look like they're headed in that direction. Andisa, what evidence have you seen that supports the ROI, the return of investment of financial wellness programs in attracting and retaining top talent?
Sure.
I'm going to try and keep succinct because I think Uzanele gave us quite a lot to chew on. I think it's important we frame the conversation, we understand the data points.
Yeah.
And so the fact that there is more than 10 million active credit consumers in South Africa that have bad debt is an indicator. It's costing our economy 2%, which is north of 70 billion rand in financial unwellness. So, people they're at work, bums on seats, they're stressing about how do they move money around to service their debt. I'm very happy to share the data with anyone who's interested, from Willis Towers Watson, who've aggregated this data that tells us that 80% of us that are in the workforce, we burn through our salaries in the first five days of being paid. So it begs the question, what happens for the remainder of the month?
You then work on...
Right.
You get into debt. That's it.
So you're going into debt. But I think there are opportunities for us to reframe what compensation is in the context of work. Outside of traditional pay compensation models, I think there are supplementary products that are now in the market that largely are influenced by behavioral science. So you see now how the way we engage with money as consumers and both workers, you've got the emergence of technology that has shifted what that perception is. And so a lot of the work that we do at FlowPays is to support employers who are open to the alternative. Because as much as Uzanele said, the silver bullet isn't to pay people more money. The silver bullet is to attempt at readdressing a legacy issue that is within our financial system against the backdrop of macroeconomic issues that are at play. And so it's finding the sweet spot between those two things.
Their retirement...
I do think there's so much value to extrapolate from this panel in the little bit of time that we have.
Yeah.
I mean, like, that is a whole separate elephant on its own.
And a big one, talking about elephants. You see? That's it. I'm telling you, you guys must...
Pun not intended, Leanne.
How is that to move it in and move
I like
it into
that.
the human element, not elephant? But I mean, it's a big thing, Elin. I mean, let's talk to financial wellness initiatives, and have they become focal employee benefits program points? Is that just the way it is at the moment?
Yeah, so I think it's important to recognize that as South Africa, we're quite far behind when it comes to looking at ensuring that organizations have financial wellness programs that actually speak to the needs of employees. And so it's becoming a focal point because if you think about it, employees spend so much of their time at work, right? And in spending so much of their time at work, you find that more than 70% of employees are actually spending their time focused on financial stresses. Because as Andisa mentioned, employees are spending their salary within the first 5 days of them being paid. And so what's happening in the rest of the month is you're so focused on trying to get access to additional financing that you're not productive in the workplace. You are likely not coming to work, right? Because you either don't have transport for taxi fare or the Uber or petrol. And so it's important that organizations change the focus from just being focused on productivity, that they need to now understand what are the key drivers of productivity. And one of the key drivers is mental wellness and overall wellness. And we know from statistics and research that a large portion of employees who experience mental unwellness is as a result of their financial struggles that they're experiencing. So it's important for organizations to look at what can we do as an organization that shifts the narrative from the traditional employment benefits that were traditionally and are still focused on things like medical aid and focused on provident fund or pension fund or retirement funds to what is the reality of our workforce in South Africa? And what can we do as an organization to ensure that not only are we still providing those traditional benefits, but that we are changing the landscape and actually speaking to what do our employees need. And one of those things is understanding that how they handle their money on a month-to-month basis, and providing the resources to educate and provide our employees with knowledge so that the month doesn't become a stressful experience, but that they learn ways to be more productive because they are dealing with their finances.
Yeah. Let's perhaps get practical examples of financial wellness initiatives that have directly helped and aided basically employee satisfaction.
I'm
do you wanna
happy
go
to
in there?
speak to
Please.
that. Yeah. So I play in a space where we've got a company that supports organizations who are on that path. And the data that we've seen the last couple of years is when you introduce, I think, the right support frameworks into an organization, you start to see over time people starting to have less reliance on debt. You're starting to then introduce and inject into a system things like budgeting tools, things like your ability to draw down on what you've earned to circumvent a crisis or otherwise an emergency. And we do this because I think it's important to disrupt the informal lending space that keeps sinking our people deeper into these debt cycles because of the exorbitant interest rates, because you are at the mercy of that they're able to save. Because I think you alluded to this fact, Leanne, what we can't afford as an economy is to have people who 30, 40 years from now will have a heavy reliance on the state.
Absolutely.
Right? And so we've got to do things in the short term to circumvent around that, whilst we are also then supporting people on putting together the reserves they need when they do decide to exit the workplace and ultimately retire in dignity.
Yeah. I mean, perhaps you can tailoring financial wellness initiatives to meet very diverse demands, because it's not, what I may need is not what, my neighbor needs. They have to be tailored for specific needs.
Definitely. So what employers have done very well over the last 10 years is to focus on retirement, for instance, retirement education. But most of the time when that happens, retirement is normally a very far concept until it's here. And when it's here, 15 years to retirement is too late.
It's too late
to save, right? But I think employers have done very well in that. So it is about segmenting your employee base, looking at your retirees, which is a good thing, looking at your Gen Zs, for instance, they just started working. How do you ensure that, number one, they know how to read their pay slips, they understand employee benefits? What I've found is there's a lack of focus on employee benefits. About 10 years ago, I had a direct report at my previous employer who passed away. And for the first time, I got to understand that there's money that's going to be paid immediately to the family to be a stopgap. And it was good money. I think it was about 200,000 rand. After that, the balance. It was the first time I actually understood, oh, this is how my employee benefits works, right? So also just looking at the journey where your employee is. The other thing also is employees go through personal journeys.
Yeah.
People get married, they have children, a spouse passes away. Those things are teachable moments where maybe an organization can use. Instead of hosting a baby shower, allow the colleagues to do that. But what can you do over and above that that is useful for the employee to be able to go on this journey of raising a family while they are financially empowered?
Yeah, I do love that, because you go through so many different phases in your life, and it's important to know how to save for each one of those and to deal with each of them. Elan, what are some challenges, perhaps common challenges, that you see happening within companies when implementing these financial wellness initiatives?
Yeah, it's interesting that question's asked. Daniela and I were kind of chatting about it. I think the biggest thing from a South African perspective is there's still a little bit of taboo, right, around sharing personal experiences with financial struggles that individuals are experiencing. And so the important thing is to ensure that whatever solutions are available within the organization, first of all, employees can access them anonymously without feeling like, oh my gosh, HR and my manager and my team members are going to know that I'm experiencing so many financial challenges. And secondly, to incorporate it with other wellness programs. We see a lot of the time that corporates are once a year hosting a wellness day, right? Where they bring many service providers offering many different services. And so the change needs to be, how do we incorporate a holistic approach is having ongoing sessions that employees can access outside of traditional wellness days, that they can access anonymously, and that are readily available without them necessarily having to go to their manager or to go to HR and say, I need to access this now. And it's important to create that holistic wellness because, as we said, we know that in our context, with unemployment being so high, with employees having to take care of whole families, that we need to provide solutions that employees can access immediately in a way that provides them with immediate solutions that they can implement, in a way that also helps them feel like they matter to the organization, that an organization doesn't just see them as somebody to drive profit, but that they actually care about the employees within their organization. And that's how you retain talent, and more importantly, you attract talent to want to work for your organization.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if there are any questions in the room. We've got about 5 or so minutes. If there are, please raise your hand and then we'll make sure that we get a microphone to you. But I suppose let me ask this question as well. Andisa, if you'd like to jump in and whoever else wants to add on as well. How can financial wellness initiatives be integrated with other employee benefits to create this holistic approach? Because, employee well-being is a holistic approach.
Yeah, it is indeed. I think the first thing is we need to disrupt the legacy mental models we've held onto for so long around what is wellness and how does the construct of financial wellness needs to look like. I think Ellen touched on it, that we need to have a redefinition of moments that matter in the workplace. And against the backdrop of money, how do we define that, and how do we then curate programs that support those moments that matter within an employee life cycle? But I do think there's an opportunity for us to think past the traditional compensation models that have been in place. I've taken a very strong and maybe a tough view that they are no longer fit for purpose. And I think now is an opportunity for us to redefine what that is. Employee financial wellness continues to, I think, change and evolve as the workplace is changing and as the multi-generational workforce employees within these workforces are coming to the fore. I think the needs of employees vary depending on who they are. But there's an opportunity here, I think, for companies to rethink what is compensation, what is wellness, and I think to be open to the possibility of engaging with those of us who are in a parallel ecosystem that supports a new way of thinking around financial wellness.
Yeah. Anyone else? You want to contribute?
Yes. Employers need to start being agile around employee financial wellness programs. Why I'm saying that is, as things change, employers need to get that information out there and make sure that they are always up to date with what's happening outside, in order to ensure that their employees are not left behind.
Yeah, very much so.
I'd like to add on that. I think from a talent management perspective that it's very important to speak to your staff. Find out what is it that they actually want. What will make them feel valued? What do they believe will contribute to creating this holistic, values-based system where there's a mutual exchange. I'm doing my work to help you, your business succeed, and you're taking care of me and my well-being. So yes, organizations need to think differently and be agile, but we also need to be informed by the people who drive our businesses.
Yeah, love that, absolutely. Any questions, anything in the room? No? Okay. Let's get some closing comments. We're doing really nicely. We actually get to do some closing comments now. Do you want to begin?
Yes.
Just wrap it up for us.
Sure. So I think from a talent management perspective, it's important to make decisions that drive the success of the business, remembering that it's the people that drive your business at the end of the day. And we cannot separate the intrinsic relationship between money management and financial well-being and employees feeling like they are satisfied and engaged at work. So it's up to organizations to create an environment within which people can thrive. And one of those things is ensuring that the financial wellness as well as holistic wellness interventions are implemented so that you can attract talent, because we are having a war for talent, and you can retain people, because people will want to be with your organization if they feel like they are valued beyond just a tick box exercise.
So there's a concept called financial inclusion that we've been using to drive accessibility to products in the world, actually. Over 2 billion people in the world are financially excluded. So they don't have bank accounts, they don't have access to credits. So employers should be aware and assist employees to be able to be financially included. So that's, I think like my colleague said here, the issue of being abused by credit providers is up to us. And secondly, education and information doesn't really rot. And also information helps. If you teach one person, that person can empower their community, empower their family as well. So it never goes to waste.
No.
It's a good thing. We change the society by really impacting that one person that we have power over, or where we've got opportunity to make that change.
Yeah, look, it's so important, that education. I mean, I came from a family who, finances and was something that, yes, we spoke about, but not too intensely. And I remember being at university and Edgar's. This was a long time ago, and Edgar's had a table there, and they were trying to get us to open up accounts. And by doing that, if we came, we got a pair of Levi jeans at some ridiculously low cost. And I was like, yeah, man, of course, I'm going to go and buy these Levi jeans, and I'm going to open up an account. Boy, did I get into trouble. It was a big problem, because I just thought, well, I'm just going to get these jeans for free now. Now I've got a card, and I don't have to pay it off. But, if you realize very, very quickly what having a bad credit record does. You're not going to get a job. You're going to be drowning for the rest of your life, changing your number 1,000 times. It's a terrible, terrible place to be. So you're right about that education. It does get passed down, and you need that. Sorry, I diverse.
No, it's fine.
Go for it, Andisa. Wrap it up for us.
I think we have to, as HR professionals, come to the acceptance that there is now an overt dynamic tension in the psychological contract between employer and employees. And there's a conversation to be had around that. Yeah. I think that trust deficit is probably more pronounced than we've seen in many years.
Yeah.
I think around finances, if I speak on that trust deficit, the fact that there's more than 50 billion rand unbanked that's moving around either in the form of stokvels or any other kind of economically agitating savings group, there's a messaging, and I think there's an undercurrent there that needs to be addressed in the workplace, and I think it's up to us as the leaders in those spaces to reframe what financial wellness is, what savings is, and how do we bridge the gap between that trust deficit between people as well as the institutions.
Yeah.
And it's not getting any better. And so I think that the quicker we understand that, and the quicker I think we accept the role that is an extension of who we are in this fraternity, and that is we shoulder so much of that responsibility to morally do the right thing. And a lot of that takes being uncomfortable, it takes challenging your ego, it takes rethinking your perceptions, your own biases even about money. I understand that very well. We all come from those kinds of backgrounds, right? Where those biases, and I think where we become great storytellers, I think that's an essential part of our job. But if we're going to be at exco meetings and in boardrooms with commercial heads, you need to have a few tricks up your sleeve. You need to be engaging with service providers that can aggregate data that effectively tells the story and tells and paints the picture of how bad this is, and the opportunity for you to then make the necessary change.
Thank you. Ladies, thank you very much. Let's please give them a round of applause. Andisa Zanele and Ellen, thanking very, very much for giving us that vital information, financial wellness. It is such an important conversation, and I'm glad we did have that. So we've got a case study now that is going to be presented to us, and please help me welcome onto the stage Abina Amankwa. 19 years of experience. Abina is a marketplace leader and an advocate for people's development and strategic partnerships. Currently serving as the regional HR director for Ipsos Sub-Saharan Africa, she's passionate about unlocking human potential and driving business growth through learning and development.
Continue to grow our people, and it all talks into building the career path for our people in the organization. And I just wanted to just share a bit. We are, as HR practitioners, I mean, it's actually says to be known that 76% of employees want opportunities of growth within the business. And I think if you all would be looking into the statistics of the reasons why people leave within your organization, you would discover that one of the main reasons for employee jumping from one company to the next is looking for a new job opportunity and looking for growth. So that's really cause for, action for us as HR practitioners in terms of what the organization, looking into where we are today, where we have scarce skills, trying to retain talent, get the best talent within the organization, trying to retain talent, how that works. So it actually was said that the career, your career is a journey, not a destination, and to enjoy every step of it. So how are we creating the steps for the employees to be able to get to the next level? When employees feel in control of their career, the career path, they are more likely to be engaged, motivated, and of course, committed to the organizational success. So how do we as business partners, as HR business partners, unlock potential within the organization? The key is unlocking the potential is for us to really build a growth mindset within the organization. Employees need to have very clear goals set, and I think we all know much about SMART goals and how we ensure that employees have got goals that talk to the business success, and of course, managers are empowered to have check-ins to ensure that employees are fully aligned and able to achieve their goals within the organization. Including personalized development, I think that is quite key as well. Ensure clear career pathing programs with understanding potential, what is a potential career path within the organization, identifying the skills and the experience needed for employees to progress to the next level. And of course, personalize these development plans, of course, within a time frame so that they know, is it a year, is it 2 years, is it 3 years, in which they can actually get to the next level. And then, of course, leveraging technology. I think that is quite critical today. How do we, as HR, ensure that we are putting together some learning management systems that allow for online courses, ways in which, of course, workshops and all of those things, courses, to ensure they are having the training, the materials, the development plans, so that they are able to grow their career into the next level. So it's quite important that the LSM also tracks progress and able to also be able to, almost target certain trainings for the staff that they actually need in terms of their career development. And then let's talk about mentorship and coaching. It is so important for us to establish an environment where employees feel mentored and coached to be able to get to the next level, and of course for them to become successful in their role. So is juniors being mentored by professional, and how are we doing that within the business? I know some companies have got reverse mentoring, or actually identifying some of your key talents who are really skilled within the business and allowing them to mentor the next generation of leaders or the next generation of people in which you want to grow within the business. So for us, it was quite key for us to ensure that we were giving the right tools, because it can't be done just from an HR point, pushing it. How do we ensure that employees are owning it themselves? So it's important that we create the tools needed. So one of the key things for us was to create and define what was the career path. So creating a very clear career path, and I've given a little example of some of the things in which I come from market research. Ipsos a market research business. So one of the things we look at is qualitative and quantitative researchers. So to be able to identify what are the key things in which they need to do. Is it people management? Is it presentation? Is it reporting? So what are the skills they need? And looking at each and every single level, what training programs that we had, online training programs in which managers either could actually try and get through to the staff, or the staff themselves could be able to actually try and get the training onto the trainings they needed. And it could be online through the computer, or they could actually do it through their cell phones. And then we created something called career passports. So that allowed employees to truly take ownership. It's like a normal passport where you get stamped looking at the next level in which you actually want to go, if you're going from one country to the next. In the same way, we wanted to create that in the employees' superpower profilers, in which we did, and really that was, to really ensure that employees understood who they were. So one of the ways in which you actually can do, you can actually take time to do it later on, but was actually to take a quiz, and it actually would be able to define what is your motivation. When employees understood what were their key motivations, they were then able to go, okay, as a salesperson, I'm more of an introvert. So is this where I actually want to grow my career? Is this the deep motivations I have? So one of the key things is them understanding their motivations so that they were able to, of course, ensure that they were aligning their career paths. And then one of the things was to also create toolkits for our people leaders and almost one-on-one conversations, because not all managers know how to do it, and we must understand that. So one of the things is that we actually were able to spell it out. What are some of the questions that could come up, some of the questions they could ask, and some of the questions, if they got asked, how they could answer, in response to that. So creating those toolkits was really able to help and recognizing achievements along the way. You can empower your employees to reach their full potential. And it doesn't have to be you pushing them. It can come from you empowering them to own it themselves through the tools in which you give them. Creating a great career pathway within the organization is a strategic investment that yields significant returns. The impact is far-reaching, positively influencing employees' engagement, performance, talent attraction, and succession planning. Embrace the power of career pathing and watch your organization thrive as individuals flourish in their professional journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you like to...
Any questions?
Any questions from the room? There we go. I can see a hand very high and proud.
Took a lot out of, managers in being able to actually, if they had career path, to be able to say to each and every single employee, this is the next level, but actually making sure that not everybody necessarily want to go with the same journey as, we actually are pushing. So being able to actually advocate, for them that they can, but they're not forced to. I think those were some of the key challenges in which we, we encountered. And I think and especially in certain organizations, it's not that you're going to have people move every year. So how do you set almost the expectation right? That, there might not be opportunities, within the business this year or the next year, but maybe this could be a 3 to 5 year plan. And to be able to try and engage employees, continue to grow them so that you can actually retain them and for them not to leave because they were looking for their growth, let's say, right now. And I think also the generational gap, has got different expectation as well. So those were some of the key challenges I think we had in making sure we're able to continue to move the business the right direction. Okay. Any other question? I think when you're dealing with the different generations, the older generations, and I think we saw that quite a lot as well, were quite comfortable sometimes in where they were because they had been in their role for long. But the new and upcoming generation were quite eager for the next level, and how we actually had to ensure that we were making sure that we were creating almost interim roles that they could grow into so that we actually could retain them because they actually wanted to grow faster. So those were some of the things here. I think that you always have to look at the two generations. Any other questions?
Yes. Hi, I'm Lawrence Zimba. I'm from the CSIR. You mentioned something about creating expectations, and that's what actually Career Paths does. Okay, so how do you manage the fact that, okay, let's say someone has already identified a certain role that they want to play, okay? Let's say, for instance, CEO, okay? They want to become a CEO, and that opportunity does not come, all right? Or it does come, but then as HR, we've got policies that says, you know, even though you've been identified that you could, you know, be in that position, you still have to follow a recruitment process. You see, so that, you know, it affects the expectation, because now you've created it through Career Paths, but there's that expectation, and then there's also policies that, you know, we have to go with. Thanks.
You know what? I don't think that, you know, setting a very clear plan, and I think business owns the plan as well as the employee owns the plan. And I mean, talking about CEOs, we actually had a situation where we actually were looking to grow the next level of CEOs within the business. And there were key development plans we had to put in place, you know, to ensure. And it's not just about setting expectation, because even if you are not putting the plans in place, there is still an expectation somehow, because people want to grow. People want to, you know, to develop within the organization. So if they do understand that, yes, there could be successes, and that talks to succession planning within organizations. If you're doing your succession planning and you're planning it carefully, to go, these are the skills in which I need within my organization. The person could be ready now. They could be ready in 2 to 3 years. They could be ready in 3 to 5 years. There is a plan in place. These are the skills in which you need. It is going to take this time. And when the time does arise, okay, I think we do, and I mean, I think HR, we do have sometimes, you know, we have to follow through the process, and it's okay. But I think as a business, having those plans in place that is clear for the employee, is clear for the business, we are putting action behind it. Because if we're not putting action behind the plans, it just sits in a cupboard. It sits in our folders, and that's where it ends, I think, in most of our world. But if we do want to create real impact, we do need to ensure that we're putting those plans to action and making people own it. Your manager owns a piece of it, your employee owns a piece of it, and they are ensuring that they are growing. You're putting together development plans, mentorship, coaching, also to support that growth. And when the opportunity does arise, of course, it's actually much easier to follow the process when already you have somebody in place, as opposed to when you are going out and actually trying to recruit from outside. So having those plans in place, I think it makes it easier when you are now trying to follow the policy of following the recruitment process and the, the normal HR processes. I think that should not be difficult, but I think sometimes we miss the plan and really truly putting the action to the plans. Okay, thank you. I think that's all.
Abina, thank you very, very much for that. And thank you also to the audience for engaging. And that jacket, can I say that? What a beautiful jacket. I'm going to come and find out where you got it from. I love it. I think it's beautiful. Okay, this is it. We've reached the final one. And I'm sorry that this is the final one, because it's one that I think is going to resonate so much with all of us here in the room. And it's basically all about beyond 9 to 5. Embracing flexible work-life alignment. And it's something that we all try and do. I remember one of the panels we had earlier, we ended off talking about work-life balance, and then we looked at each other and was like, is it possible? I don't think it's possible, but maybe it is when you sort of start getting this work from home, work-life, flexible working thing going. But anyway, let's bring our experts up and have a conversation. I've got, firstly, Nadia. Nadia, who, this is so funny, our kids happen to go to the same school in the same year. So Nadia Vatalidis is with us here. Nadia is Global Tech, is it SaaS Advisory?
Yeah, in
SaaS.
the SaaS tech industry.
Okay, SaaS Tech Advisory on people and culture and open source HR enthusiast. So nice to have you. And then I've got Jo Eyre, not Jane Eyre. Jo
No,
Air.
my daughter's middle name is Jane.
Are you
I wasn't
serious?
going to let her get away with that.
So you
Yeah.
went there. I'm
Yeah.
so glad you did. Because I'm looking at it thinking, come on, man.
I know.
You've got to have a Jane somewhere in here. Jo Air, Managing Director and Founder of Voxian Communications. Okay, ladies, thank you. Thank you for braving the last segment on the last day.
Yeah, we're
It's
really
always the
nice to
nicest
see you.
one. I have
Headline
to tell you.
act.
I always leave the best for last. So, okay, so let's talk about the factors behind this shift. Never mind the shift away from 9 to 5. We're also seeing a shift away from a 5-day work week. But let's start easy from the 9 to 5. Nadia, do you want to pick it up there?
Yeah, I recognize that I work in such a fortunate world for the last 9 years in the SaaS tech industry, and these are mainly remote distributed companies that sits in Silicon Valley and in Europe without a single office really anywhere in the world. So I recognize that I have that privilege and that fortune, but I will say for 9 years, I have not had a 9 to 5 schedule. And I think the world is changing. I'm not sure if every company with employees can just decide we are just going to become flexible overnight, and I'm not convinced that will work. But what I will say is I think there's a bunch of factors that really matter. And one of the things we don't talk about enough in HR is the intentionality behind that executive suite and even the board. In my world, we have a bunch of investors. We don't have an executive board. We're not a publicly listed company yet. Most of the companies I work still need to go through that IPO process. And so it's very different when you have investors telling you, hey, there's certain results you need to meet in order to even be successful, in order to have your stock options even materialize in something, right? But in these spaces, what I'm noticing is the number one factor is no one tracks hours. No one has tracked my hours for nearly a decade, which means I get the flexibility of showing results, which I think is what probably matters most.
Yeah.
I think in the South African market, that's a ton harder. I also recognize we have a bunch of folks that is at a level in their career that's never been educated around these things. So I think it really starts with what is the intentionality behind this? How are you going to get this flexible work-life integration environment going? But it does need to start with that executive suite. It can't just sit in HR.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of, we spoke about this right at the beginning of day one, and we kind of, well, I think I alluded to it. It's that, you know, you've got the bosses that love to see bums in seats. They love to see an office that they are paying exorbitant rent for being put to good use.
Yeah.
I don't know, or they just want to see you working. But it should be results driven, shouldn't it? I mean, that's an ideal world.
Yeah.
But
And
are we
it
getting
exists.
to it unideal? It exists.
Yes.
Okay, Jo, help us out. Give us your views on this.
Yeah, I think it really all hinges on this trust thing, right? You know, trust is a culture catalyst.
Do our bosses really trust us, though?
Yes, they do.
That's the problem, hey?
That's the problem,
Yeah.
and it's and just like Nadia was saying, it really does start at the top. And you know, you see trust building culture and building belonging as well. You know, it's been really interesting discussions around DE&I, but I think we need to look at that within the context of belonging in distributed teams, because that's when we get to the point where we can actually create cultures that are high performing but also very happy as well. Yeah. And there's an element that I was talking to someone earlier about around productivity, and I think productivity is important, of course, but talking about productivity without talking about impact is quite dangerous. And we also have this flip of like this personal productivity and team productivity. They're very, very different. All research points to the fact that personal productivity is better when you trust people to do the work that they see in places and in ways that they see best for them. Yeah. So, and that goes beyond just perhaps finding somewhere quiet when you want to do deep work, or going and sitting in a pretty garden when you want to be creative. It actually builds that trust as well. It builds that autonomy to be able to do the work that you believe you can do in the best way you see fit.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen some ridiculous scenarios of people attending meetings while standing in a queue at a shop or having their nails done, and then they're on this online call, but the video is off, and then occasionally they'll switch it on and go, yes, no, I agree, and then they'll come, and then they switch it off again. So, I mean, yes, you talk about trust, but I mean, that's the problem, you know, is that you do get people and staff that will actually abide by it and work, but a lot of people won't.
I don't care if my team goes and gets their nails done during the day.
Okay,
Like,
we're on to
if they're
something.
getting their job done, who cares?
Okay, so it's okay.
Yeah, totally okay.
Yeah, to follow on that, Joe, I think the difference is for me, and I've noticed it here, I'm not noticing it internationally as much, so I'll call that out. In my environment, we have guardrails, we have boundaries, right? And we have, when we built operating models to work remotely in a distributed fashion, something Joe maybe hasn't mentioned is both of us have been in environments where we would be in companies that is in 75 countries. So you're not only dealing with the complexity of time zones, you're dealing with the intersection of different cultures. And in those cultures, certain habits might exist that you can't see. But if you have the right guardrails and boundaries to say, well, I do my hair on a Tuesday at 11 a.m.
Exactly.
And it's okay. And you can tell the CEO that. And he's like, yeah, I get my hair cut every Wednesday at 3. If that becomes the norm, right? But your camera is always on when you are in a focused meeting that you need to engage and collaborate on.
Yeah.
In the same sense, are you having meetings about the same agenda all the time? Then that's another problem. I feel like there's so many things that you need to do to build this operating model, and without those guardrails, without telling people how you expect them to engage, how they need to show up in a meeting versus doing their nails or their hair at 11 on a Tuesday, I think that's the magic bit that I'm not seeing a lot of companies do that are hybrid, that are remote, or that want to return back to the office.
Yeah. Okay, by a show of hands, who's brave enough to tell their boss that they have their hair done at 11 o'clock on a Tuesday morning every single day and deal with it? I'll be there, but I'm having my hair done. Look.
There's a few.
Listen,
Okay.
that's more than I thought.
Yeah.
That's more than I thought. I don't think I'd put my hand up, but then again, I don't have, I have kind of a boss, but not really. But I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. I love it. So, all right. I mean, listen, we're getting somewhere. Because, you imagine asking that question 2 years ago. I can promise you maybe one person would have put up their hand, or they would have laughed at us for even asking such a stupid question. But so we are getting somewhere. But I suppose the question really is then, how do we create a culture that supports flexibility but still maintains this high level of collaboration and communication, that you're getting that output, but I'm getting to be flexible?
Yeah.
Joe, do you want to go there?
I think one of the biggest mistakes I've seen is companies that are, well, let's take it back a bit, actually. The pandemic forced so many companies to go instantly remote.
Yeah.
We didn't have time to be structured. You know, if we were doing that now, there'd be a huge change management process. It would take months, if not years, for bigger companies to shift. But we didn't have that ability. And so now what we're seeing the cracks of that. Too many companies have taken industrial age models and just put them in the hybrid world and hoped for the best. And what really needs to happen, it's coming back to that intentionality concept really, is there needs to be specific structures put in place, guardrails, like you were saying. But, I work in the internal comms space, and internal communication, specifically for distributed teams, is really, really important, especially when you're working across different locations and different time zones, adds that extra layer of complexity as well.
Yeah, I can just add, I've been so lucky in building companies from scratch. I'm at my 4th tech startup at the moment, so taking those organizations that has nothing in place that is a lot easier. So if you're busy with a startup and you're sort of, getting through the cracks of wanting to start something, it's a great time to put these things in place. But I know it's much harder when you're further along. What I love doing when I do create is to build like an asynchronous work guide.
Yeah.
So based on those operating models I mentioned, you've got to decide if you're an in-office company that's operating model is in-office, without documentation, without ways of figuring out how to do async work or hybrid, etc. I think that's a whole different environment. And if you then expect folks to be there from 9 to 5, unless you go and change that model, it won't shift. What we've experienced, I think Joe would agree, is I don't work 9 to 5 because I have a life outside of work, and I also have team members in San Francisco and sometimes New Zealand, which means I'm not going to hesitate or say no to a call at my 5 a.m. or at my 8 p.m., but it doesn't mean I'm working 12 to 16 hours a day. And so I think that's the difference, right? As part of this operating model, and I love using non-linear work models for that, to say, I really don't care what you do on a Tuesday at 11 or on a Friday at 3, but how are you going to deliver those results? How can I transparently see what results are you going to be delivering and when? How am I going to get updates, right?
Yeah. And documentation, so important. Yeah.
There we go. The most boring solution in the world is documentation, and it works. If a whole team that's distributed can access different information because it's well documented, then no one is a source of failure.
Yeah. So we're keeping on talking about the future, because that's what we want to see into. You see that there is a battle of people wanting flexible, people wanting exactly what you guys are talking about. I think that's what the younger generations are wanting. This is what this generation is all about. Do you think the CEOs are going to win the battle of getting people back to the office full time?
I think top talent wants to work for top employers, and I'm not convinced those are all in the office.
Which is the sort of, I think, the popular way of thinking. 4-day weeks? Oh, is it too early in South Africa to speak about that?
I don't know. I think that's adding another structure into an already structured situation that's not working personally. I think you can just go and look at the Gallup hybrid work indicator to answer that question. If you look at that, it gives you really interesting data on, for remote capable jobs, so jobs that can be done remotely, it gives you past, present, and preferred. And for the preferred, I think it's about 7% of people that would like to work from an office all the time. So that shows you what your talent pool is going to look like.
Sure. Are you attracting staff having flexible working? Is that a bonus that you're finding people that are applying for jobs for the first time? They're looking at that saying, do I have to be on site? Can I have that flexibility? Is that a thing that people are looking for, the new generation, the young talent?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that flexibility is not a perk anymore, it's an expectation.
Okay.
And it's the way that the world's going. But, we're sitting next to somebody working in talent currently, so...
Yeah, I think I've worked in environments that were remote, distributed, and not flexible, right? And I think that is not fun, because now you are at home and you have all this, you think you have all this flexibility, and then someone expects you to be at your desk the whole time and glued to your desk. I also have had to help talent unlearn that. You don't want someone to sit at their desk for 12 hours. It's unhealthy. Or 8 hours or 5 hours, right? And so I think Joe's right. It's no longer a perk, it's an expectation. I think the battle of talent is about when you're hiring an amazing software engineer, to tell them to come and sit in an open source environment behind a booth is terrible.
Yeah.
And so I think you need to know your audience. If you're in an industry that needs that in-person environment, what kind of flexibility can you create that is away from your competition? And I think there are many things you can do.
Yeah. I'm going to steal 5 more minutes. We've only got a minute left. But are there questions from the audience? It's such an interesting conversation. Does anyone? I can see a question right at the back over there, and another one here in the corner. So we'll get the mics to you. And I mean, it's just kind of It's an interesting one. It really is, because I've seen, I mean, I spoke about my husband as we opened this morning, but I speak about it again. He works in the financial sector, and never in their wildest dreams did the financial sector ever believe that they could work flexible, because how? You know, you can't log on to the systems and all of this. It happened overnight, and it is working. He now has the pleasure of sometimes fetching our children from school. He works like nobody's business, but if he does that, he'll work a bit after. So granted, there isn't the respect of time anymore. We know that. But there is the enjoyment of things that you could never enjoy before. So, I mean, I'm seeing that happening. Should we quickly get a question? I don't know who's got the mic first.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nolwazi from the Central Bank of Eswatini, which is the Reserve Bank. And yes, we are that organization that still believes in 8 to 5, Monday to Friday. So we recently bought land, and we are about to build our new headquarters. So we've been doing benchmarks on office space, more on the people side. But what I'm seeing in the benchmark is a bit of contrary to what we are talking to now, because the different organizations that we've visited are now converting their meeting rooms into office space because there is not enough office space. And we are seeing more organizations building bigger buildings. So I'm trying to understand what really is happening, make it make sense to me. Thank you.
I like that. Make it make sense. Anyone? Nadia?
Yeah, I'll start. I've driven past hundreds of deserted offices, and this is in the last 2 weeks, right? Or in the last 2 months. I'm not convinced that the offices are full and that people are at the office 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. What I am convinced about is CEOs are spending a lot of money to keep creating those amazing pool tables and rooms and workspaces. Whether they're going to have people there Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, I'm simply not convinced.
Yeah, it's a really tricky one. One of the biggest challenges a lot of our clients have been having is that management will say, we support flexibility, but then not define what that means. So then each department has their own rules. So you might have the marketing team coming in 1 day a week to drink a beer together, and then you might have the finance team expected to be there 4 days a week, if they're lucky. And that's causing problems. It's causing jealousy between team members. And really, in my view, the only way of getting over that is actually making it worthwhile for people to come in. If you're expecting people to come in, you know, if they're going to lose 10, 15, 20% of their working day commuting into the office, how are you going to make it worth it for them? Yeah. Is that going to be, you know, really good team meetings that it's actually going to be worth their while, or is it going to just be you're in the office filling up a chair for the day?
Absolutely. I mean, I've seen it all over. I mean, you talk about empty office spaces. You drive through Sandton, and it's one of those examples. Canary Wharf in London, another one of those examples of empty buildings everywhere. In New York, it's the same thing. People had a taste of something that they didn't have before. And I think to go back, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not an expert in it, but from what I'm hearing from you, it's going to be difficult to get, especially young talent back there. I know there was one question here. Is that a question or somebody leaving? I can't see. Okay, it's a microphone that's not working. They bring in another one. All right.
While we're waiting for the mic, I actually have something to add to that situation. There are many people that can't work remotely and that does not have the self-motivation to do it successfully and with high performance in mind. And so I will say it also starts with that, right? If you have a team that are really not going to thrive at home and does not have the self-motivation, self-discipline, and good structure and routine to have a healthy day, I think it also starts with that. And so there are folks that genuinely struggle with remote work. That I'll own. But I think top talent, high performers, love having great lives outside of work.
Yeah, very much so. Okay, here we go.
Okay, so you had mentioned that you've got guardrails. Are you able to share some of those guardrails?
Yes.
And then things like leave. How do you manage leave if you're working anytime?
Great question, especially if you think about the South African labor law, which I have to comply against 85 different labor laws at any given point. But great question for here. In terms of those guardrails, I think it all starts with figuring out what are the things that matter at this organization, and what will the executive team allow and what will they not allow. So things that I usually think about is, from a communications guideline perspective, what tools are you going to use to communicate with each other? For what purpose? So is clients email, is Slack, or whatever other vendor or system that you have for internal comms, is that informal? Do you have a clear documentation system? So I think it's about creating an asynchronous work guide and then deciding what are those 5 to 10 factors that is going to keep the people in that environment safe, trusted, high-performing, etc. Something I do want to call out, regardless of the guardrail aspect, many of the companies I've worked for trust people from day one. When you hire someone, the trust is there. Cultural elements I've seen, especially in South Africa, is trust needs to be built. And so I think it also starts with that. What is that current dynamic around psychological safety and trust? If there's already an element where folks might feel they're just going to do whatever they want at home, they're not going to perform. If there's already that talk, I think we'll first need to educate and unlearn that before we think about what are those 5 to 10 guardrail elements to put in. The leave question, Joe, I don't know if you want to take it.
So at my company, we have unlimited leave, and in some other previous companies I've had as well. That sounds amazing. There's actually drawbacks to it, and they're not what you might expect. The drawbacks are that people don't take enough leave. So previous company has put in place regulations whereby you had rules, I think, not regulations, sounds a bit harsh, whereby you had to take a certain amount per quarter. Because what was happening is people were just, they might take a Friday off here or a Monday off there, but they weren't actually taking that time that they needed to properly refresh themselves. And yeah, on that point, I'm taking my first bit of leave this year, next week, so I'm very excited about that.
Good. I hope you enjoy it, because it's much needed. It really is much needed in this day and age. Is that it? I think we've got another one, I know. Okay.
Just one last question. When you think about multi-generational workplaces and managing this type of scenario of remote or hybrid work, what are some of the best practices that you could recommend? Because we certainly have a multi-generational workforce, and this remote or hybrid scenario will certainly apply to the new talent that we attract to the business, but for those that have been there for 30-odd years, may not. So I'm just looking for a best practice approach that could cater for this multiplicity of scenarios,
Yeah, something that's worked and served me really well is to use company values and keep that as your boundaries of how you engage each other. And regardless of your age, gender, demographic, you have to align with those values, and how you share feedback with one another needs to be based on those values as well. How you measure performance brings values back into the conversation, obviously alongside KPIs, etc. as well. But I find company values, if you have, 3 to 5 good values that everyone can relate to, that becomes a really good way to balance the act of multi-generational workforce. It's also about when that change happens, that level of education and how you do your micro-learning probably needs to be where you have culture carriers or folks that can have input into your learning. So find those outlying folks and get them to be part of the process and give input and give feedback so that they become your your crew that's going to help deliver that change in the organization.
Yeah, just a quick part to add there. I think the other thing I've seen work really well, particularly for people that perhaps don't have a setup at home for working effectively remotely, is having some budget available for everybody to ensure that they've got the right kind of setup, the right tools, the right internet. We can't expect people working from home and paying for their internet unless that's added onto their salary. So all of these things need to be considered when you're actually doing hybrid properly for different types of people.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because it's a cost that it seems that the employer needs to pick up, or the employee needs to pick up, and it doesn't make sense. Have the right chair, the computers, the desks, the Wi-Fi, all of that stuff. We do hope that that's sorted out. Okay, last question. I got a wrap. Here we go, last one.
So I'm just curious if the panelists have come across any unintended consequences of moving from office-based work to, home-based work on an organization. And I'm thinking perhaps on a culture, the culture of the organization, where that unintentionally shifts as a result of that. Have you seen that?
Yeah, something I came across in my advisory. I do advisory work as well, but in one of my advisory situations, one of the companies I was advising had an office previously, and so they went remotely during the pandemic. They did it relatively, properly. They'd followed all these remote distributed companies' advice and guidelines, and so they did a great job. What they've noticed after that is the company genuinely struggles with social connection. I don't struggle with social connection in my remote distributed environment, but they were. And so something that's really served them well is to do quarterly get-togethers. And so when they have like a kickoff for the quarter, they decided in person would work much better for them. And so what they did with all the money that they saved from not having all those buildings or what other benefits came with being in an office, instead, they utilized that to get folks to travel and have a really good experience and a curated experience together, also with that social connection built in. They do that quarterly. I thought that was a lot. For remote distributed companies that are in multi-countries, it becomes really expensive, but they were more in one sort of a EMEA region, so it worked really well. So social connection can be tricky. In my environment, we do a ton to enable that, and we have specific sessions that's just built for that, even over meetings, right? So we would rather have a social connection session instead of just another meeting, especially if we can solve that problem asynchronously.
Yeah.
Joe?
Yeah, social connection is the number one, and it can broadly, in my view, be broken down into connection to people, place, and purpose. And the people bit can be tricky, but if you've got things like in-person get-togethers, and if you're hybrid, again, making that intentional meeting time for people. Purpose is really about that leadership element, is making sure that you're bringing people along on the journey, aligning what they do every day to the actual vision and mission of the company. The place one is very interesting, and it's actually what my PhD is in, and I'm looking at how we can use different immersive technologies to help that connection to place. So if you want to try out some virtual reality, please talk to me.
Amazing. Ladies, thank you. It's a lot to think about. It really is. I'd love to know more about the virtual reality aspect of it. But man, I would miss people. I don't know. I love being around people, and I think that's it's different natures. Some people thrive not being around people and enjoying, that. But there has to be some form of touch and human interaction. I suppose that's what and that company culture. And I know we've been speaking about it the whole time, that you don't want to necessarily pass on bad cultures onto new employees, but also how do you maintain a culture in a company if you're never necessarily with the people you work with? So you're an individual that contributes to the bottom line. I don't know.
So, I don't believe that culture is based on being right next to people. I think culture is far more nuanced than that. You can look at culture in a in a social, human way. And you know, you think about how I still feel very connected to my home country, and there's certain values that I take from that. And going back to Nadia's point about having those values, it's really core, and not just having them as pretty posters on a wall, but having them actually really brought to life in everything that you do, and having them very visible is really important and a key part of it.
Amazing. Nadia, wrap it up. Last words.
Yeah, talking about culture, culture is about how you pay people. It's about, these values, how you've operationalized those values.
Yeah.
It is about how leadership shows up. And that ties all back to this operating model and this environment that you create. I hope that helps.
It does. It does. It's creating it. Like you say, it's easier to create it if it isn't there, and then make it happen. I've loved this conversation. Guys, thank you. Thank you so much, ladies, for that. Let's give them one final round of applause, please. Thank you.
Leah.
Nadia and Joe, thank you so much. All right, so we got to wrap up, and we've got a couple of prizes we need to hand out. So let's do that. I've been saving my battery on my iPad for just this because it's about to die on me. But I have got some prizes I need to give away, which I'm really looking forward to. So we've got Saul from BEE 123. Please, will you come up onto the stage? This is where we're going to be giving away software to the value of 50,000 Rand. Okay, so Saul, if you don't mind just coming to sort of explain it to us, and I can see there's a whole little, no, that's something different. Or is that the same thing? I don't know. Saul, you just come here. Talk to me. What is this all about, the software? Nice to see you.
Thanks, Leah.
Thank you.
Hello.
Try.
Should I just try this?
No, that's not working either. We'll just ask the guys to...
Hello.
There we go.
Hi, everyone. So we're a company called BE123. We're the market leaders in software specifically for triple BEE and employment equity compliance, used by a couple of hundred businesses around South Africa. It's a very powerful system. You load your data, it tells you exactly where you are, your baseline, you can run scenarios, it tells you your gaps, you can do lots of analytics, there's dashboards, there's very powerful reporting. It also comes with a layer of consulting, where you've got that human being expert to hold your hand and walk the journey with you. So we're giving away a voucher to the value of 50,000 Rand for the BEE or employment equity software.
That's fantastic. Okay, how are we choosing it? How?
We have
Oh, you
already,
did that. Is this AI, what, or
it's
something?
not the AI, and we did actually extend it to the whole audience.
Oh, that's amazing. That's so nice. Saul, do you want to announce? Oh, go for it. You announce the winner. This is such a generous and wonderful gift.
So the winner is Gugu Nguna from TBWA.
Oh, I hope you're in the room. I do. I hope you're in the room. Let me see. Gugu, are you in the room? Yes, she is. These winners are so quiet in this room. I don't know. We need some screaming and some whoop whoop. Come on, you just won a fabulous prize. Well done. Yes, of course. Let me come stand that side. Over there. Awesome. Congratulations. Thank you, Saul. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, another prize. Oh, this one sounds good to me. 5,000 Rand spa voucher. Yeah, I know. Listen to us. How fickle are we? By Modern Centric's Nightlife Wellness Retreat Center. Holy moly. Nightlife Wellness, situated in the heart of Craig Hall in Johannesburg. It's really an ideal venue for corporate wellness events. You can get full body aromatherapy massage, ionic foot detox, African steaming, colon cleansing. Okay, maybe I'll leave that one. Oxygen therapy and reflexology. That's awesome. Okay, please can I ask, is it Revel? There you are, Revel. Oh, nice to see you. Hello, from Modern Centric. Please talk to us? I know you are going to be spinning the SDG wheel.
Yes, so for everyone that is here, what we want to do is give away a 5,000 Rand voucher to our wellness spa that is located, like Leanne said, in Craig Hall, Johannesburg. That's part of one of Modern Centric's subsidiary companies. So what we'll do is I'll ask Leanne to spin the wheel. This is called the SDG wheel. And then what we'll do is where the arrow lands on, whoever knows what the SDG is can get the prize.
Oh, wow.
It's that easy.
It's that easy.
Whenever you're ready, Leanne.
I love it. See, I always wanted to be a game show host. Or a lady that spins the game thingy. Okay, here we go. Here it goes. That wasn't very good, was it? Actually, no.
Whoever knows what SDG 10 is, can you put your hand up and tell us?
Oh, look at that.
Excuse me?
Inequality. I mean, it's...
Yeah, it's reduced.
I mean, I think it's damn good.
Okay,
yes!
You can come up and get the voucher.
Well done. Come get your voucher. Seriously, did you know that offhand or did you read it from here? You know the SDGs. Okay, well done. That's fantastic.
Cool. Congratulations, Dorcas. Thank you. Thank you, Leanne.
Isn't that wonderful? Well done. Come have a photograph. No, where are you going, Beverly? Come have a photo with the SDGs and the, let me put it upside, no, the right way around. There we go. Sorted. Celebrate. Yay, well done. Okay, we'll even spin it for you. Awesome. Well done. Well done. Thank you, Revel. Thank you so much. I think we got one more to give away as well. Let's have a look. Okay, yes. So we've also got the last giveaway. Carmen Alexander, if you could please come up from BDCS. We're handing out that 1,000 Rand Takealot voucher. So that's going to be a nice one. There we go. Yeah, come on up, come on up, come on up. Okay, so we've got two options. So if you're not in the room, we are going to give it to the next person. Okay, so that I'm happy to read because we need somebody in here. So the one that was drawn to win is Nadia Sheikh from Emmett Logistics. Yay, she's here. Well done. That's so nice. 1,000 Rand. Well done. From Takealot. That's fantastic. Well done. Awesome. And then we've got one last one, which you've got with you as well, is the book. It's Mishka's autobiography, Iron and Silk. And the winner of this one is Zukiswa Seltzer. Zukiswa. Yay, well done. That's so nice. You were asking such lovely questions. You are hungry for knowledge. Hopefully this is going to give you lots of knowledge. Thank you so much. Thanks, Carmen. Thank you. Well done, everybody. And that's it. I mean, I don't want to brag, but it is 15:59. Okay? They said 4 o'clock. 15:59. We are done. The HR Future of Summit is gone. Guys, have a fantastic year. Have a beautiful night. Drive safely. And if I can ask all of you, there's still time to socialize, so please, if you'd like to hang around, please do. But if you can do it outside in the foyer, because, as I said, this room needs to be set up for the awards dinner. Bless you all. Good luck, and God bless. Bye-bye, everyone.